All right.
I believe they can hear us. Hello,
Yeah.
viewers.
How's it
Welcome
going,
to
everybody?
the offstage stream. We will be following Curse pretty much the entire night on the National ESL stream.
Yeah, and it's going to be pretty exciting. They had a really convincing start with beating TSM, and that actually puts them 1-0 in the group, tied with M5, uh, who just beat EHOME pretty convincingly as well. So this should be a very interesting game as these teams are actually a little bit more familiar with each other than M5 was with EHOME. Uh, what are you looking forward to in this game, Rambo?
I'm just excited that both of these teams came out of the gate smoking hot, like won their games very convincingly. And the random sub they got for Curse actually pulled through and they were able to beat TSM. So congratulations to them.
Yeah, and what did we say was the actual story with this guy? So there was a local tournament going on, and he was like just in it with his friends, and then CRS just came up to him. They were just like, "Hey, you want to come play with us?" Or what happened there? They just picked up some random guy off the street?
I'm not even sure who he is officially. Does anyone
No.
know if
Uh,
he's on a professional team or he's just going to show up and be the man, I guess, and tell people what to do?
Yeah, and that's pretty impressive, seeing as Curse was actually able to beat TSM with him, which is something they haven't been able to do with their original standard lineup. We've seen them drop scrims to TSM pretty much every single time they've actually practiced recently. So this might be exactly what they need to just just a little bit of new blood, maybe a little bit of a LAN environment gives them the boost to beat teams that they lose to in scrims. What do you think?
You know, to be able to come together as a team with so many roster differentiations, like you've got Poe Belter, who can't play an IEM because he's too young. You've got SYDTKO, who's the sub, and he was going to play, but then he missed his flight. And then you've got this new addition, as well with Elementz and Cop being relatively new to the team. It's just so many changes have uh, been
You're thrown
been
at
made.
Curse, yeah.
Yeah, and really they've become stronger every single time a change has been made. So they've shown how adaptable they are, really, under the circumstances.
Yeah, and I mean, really, I think that has a lot to do with just really, really, really solid play. Um, Solid play from the consistent players who've been there the entire time. So Nyjacky and Crumbzz in particular, just always really strong. I'm never afraid of Nyjacky really losing mid to anybody, and that's not something I can say of a lot of AP mids right now because too many people just drop a random death, and I don't think I've ever really seen Nyjacky do that, and that kind of play is really impressive. Being consistently safe, consistently strong, is really what gets you ahead in these kind of games.
And for those of you who missed it, he played a beautiful Morgana game against Reginald mid and really showed how strong he is as a mid player. You talk about mid players, you hear the names thrown out, Ocelote, Skara, Reginald, but really Nyjacky, he's making a name for
He's
himself here
pretty
in this
incredible.
tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, like just one of the guys everyone should be watching. His Vigar is incredibly well known in the competitive environment. Everyone like is afraid of Nyjacky's Vigar, and I'd be surprised if we actually don't see them pull out AP Kog'Maw, which I know Curse has been kind of going on about for quite a while, saying it's pretty incredible.
Freak did
So
mention that a couple times on the
we
main
can
stream.
just we can start whenever they're ready. All right.
Are
So
they ready?
type casters already? I don't even remember typing that.
You did type that.
Wow. All right, I'm pretty good. Pretty good at this. So what do you think we're gonna see? Because Darien is, I would say, one of the stronger tops right now in the competitive environment, and I would say Rain Man is considered one of the weaker ones. And Rain Man was able to push around the substitute quite a bit, securing like a 20 CS lead early against Pfode? Is that how we're gonna pronounce his name? Pfode?
P-Fote? I'll accept that.
Yeah. So
And even with questionable items like the Berserker Greaves on Aurelia,
yeah.
not sure. He did eventually sell it and get the pick up the Ninja Tabby.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
it's interesting because I'm wondering if Darien's going to punish him as heavily as, or even more heavily than Rain Man did. And even if, like, the question has to be asked based on M5's last game, why, like, is there even going to be a standard top lane? Are they even going to give him a top lane to lane against, or are they just going to throw random crap at him all game and see if he can dodge it?
What I'm curious about is M5's heavy counter jungle play. Has Curse read up on that, watched any replays? I'm sure they've seen it or heard about it, but what have they really done to prepare for that? We saw their team comp in the first game was really just a four-man wall in front of Cop's Kog'Maw, and that worked beautifully for them.
Oh, it worked so very well. They really could not have hoped for anything better, even a little bit. And, if M5 actually...
Nothing else is going on.
Yeah. I can't imagine they missed that game, and I'd be very surprised if they actually leave Kog'Maw open for Curse to take.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about that?
As the first pick, they don't have to ban it. They could take it if they really want. First pick, they don't have to ban it. They could take it if they really wanted to.
Yeah, and Genja actually fairly well known as a Kog'Maw player, so we could see that getting snatched up pretty quickly. Do you think Curse would actually be willing to leave Kog'Maw open, knowing that Genja is a Kog'Maw player? Or do you think they just actually don't really know that much about Genja to ban like that?
As far as Cop and Elementz go, I don't know about Elementz support choices against Kog'Maw, because against Kog'Maw, you want to go aggressive on him early, and you don't want to push it to late with him in the game. And as far as I can see, Elementz really doesn't lean more towards those defensive supports. He's more comfortable playing something like a Janna or Soraka.
Yeah, even last game, or even in the first game of the day where Elementz picked up Nunu, who is considered an incredibly aggressive support, he wasn't really, aggressively snowballing. He was just kind of taking pot shots at them whenever they got near, but he wasn't running them down trying to get hits in. He wasn't doing any of the normal aggressive support shenanigans like aggressive brush warding to gain brush control and really stick on top of the AD carry. But that could have something to do with him playing the lane a little bit, more cautiously. Because they don't really know they didn't know where the odd one was all game long, or it could be that they were just really worried about how Chowix was going to play the lane because he's a very well respected AD carry, and Chowix does have a lot of practice against Nunu. He knows exactly how to handle it, and particularly on SYPHER where he gets a spell shield.
Yeah, and you can't really fault them for playing defensively. Every lane, I feel like, played pretty safely against that Maokai, so you could sort of excuse the substitute top player for not having as much CS as Rain Man, or Nyjacky playing very defensive mid, and bottom lane even not playing very aggressive. And it really did kind of limit the odd one's options in the jungle and kind of force them to just continue to farm it.
Yeah,
play passively.
There's a very nice Shyvana ban against M5. I'd be surprised if M5 leaves Rise open against Curse, as Nyjacky, we said before, is a very, very well-respected mid. They actually choose to ban Cassiopeia, which I think is a little bit unusual given that they do have such a strong AP mid player in Alex. But Alex really favoring characters more like Galio, Mordekaiser, TF, and not so well known for his Cassiopeia.
I'm thinking their Rammus Cassiopeia bans are kind of just standard bans for them, and these are the exact same bans they did against EHOME, so I'm wondering if they really didn't take the time to research a team like Curse or EHOME, not one of the bigger name teams.
Ooh, and the very early rise there out of M5. So I'm actually pretty interested in seeing what Curse is going to do in response to that, because they could, and they choose to lock in Shen.
Shen was open.
Yeah,
the
and
most banned champion this entire tournament.
Yeah, easily.
No questions there of why he would be banned.
Yeah, and this is actually pretty interesting to me. Curse is actually choosing to not counterpick M5 just yet, and Rise does have several counters that are open on the table, and they're actually choosing to secure their standard picks, and they're going to go back. Yeah, and then they're going to go back to the Rise.
You know, with the kind of meat shield comp with the Kog'Maw there, I can't imagine a better pick than Shen.
Yeah, really just an incredible, just an incredible grab that they were able to get Shen through all of this. And I'm actually really surprised that Curse left Shen open, you know, knowing that they weren't first pick.
And as we were talking about before, you really want to go aggressive on that Kog'Maw pick, and it looks like M5 is going for the extremely heavy aggressive early game.
Really could not get more aggressive.
Urgot. It's maybe Leona?
Yeah, like Leona would be the only, literally the only thing in this game that would make that lane more aggressive, because Urgot will go hard as you possibly can.
In the last game, they did send their AD and support top, so we might see that as well. They could be going to trying to deal with that Shen with an Urgot Taric, but
M5 really not known for sticking to traditional lanes, so they could have Urgot solo Rise duo. You know, it's really hard to call. And Curse actually choosing to take Mundo away from M5, M5 being the first team that popularized Mundo in competitive play. And that really plays to Diamond's style. He prefers to play aggressive, fast-clearing junglers like Shyvana and Mundo. And taking those two away is going to leave us looking at Diamonds for a new pick, because we really haven't seen this before. I'd be surprised if we don't see someone like Lee Sin, or maybe even a new Deer out of Diamonds, as both of those have very similar play styles. And it looks like he might be going for the Lee Sin, and I would just feel oh so good about that. And for those wondering, we are on the Nautilus patch post Shen hotfix, so we don't have Fiora on here yet. And there was another small change, Olaf buffs, yeah? So Olaf has not been buffed yet. Otherwise I would have predicted Olaf there, because Olaf does have an incredible clear time. Now,
I'm really excited to see Diamond play Lee Sin, by the way, one of my favorite Lee Sin players, and that being a very standard jungle pick for him. I'd like to see what he's able to do with it as a Lee Sin main type of player.
Yeah, and now kind of wondering what this last pick is going to be, is they're still lacking a support. But I mean, okay, so Soraka really just a really safe general pick here, I guess, but not really going to be enough to hold out against Taric Urgot unless she's able to aggressively silence to prevent Urgot from spamming Qs, but Taric could just return with a stun and they can just focus her. So this would be pretty interesting.
I think he was afraid of going for a no sustain lane with the Nunu from last time against the Taric Urgot is what it comes down to.
Yeah, absolutely no way he was going to choose a zero sustain lane against what is most likely going to be Urgot Taric. Again, with M5, you really cannot expect them to do anything traditional. Not even a little bit. As soon as you expect them to go M5 Urgot bottom, they're going to take it top, they're going to take it mid, they're going to take it to the jungle. They'll do what they have to do to throw the enemy off guard, and that really is the kind of advantage that you need when you're at this level of play. It's not all about outplaying your opponent, it's about outthinking them. It's about getting in their head, making them unsure of what they actually know about the basics of this game. And picking Morgana into Rise, I would say, is a great play from Curse, as that is kind of a questionable pick, you know? When you think of a good counter pick for Morgana, you would say like Rise or Kassadin. And Nyjacky, one of the few players who will actually say, I am so good at Morgana, I will pick her into one of like the only good actual counters for her. And there's nothing you can do about it, even though you're one of the best players in the world as well. And that's the kind of confidence I like to see.
And the way he plays Morgana, too, really leaves little room for any aggression to take place there. I mean, what could they do? They could try Desperate Tower Dive for a kill, but, you know, he played her so well and so defensively, and really with the same sort of team comp as last time, we're going to see them towards the late game. They kind of just want Morgana for the CC, and Kog'Maw is going to be able to dish out more than enough damage to wipe out the entire team.
I mean, one thing I do want to note, and something that we really haven't talked about much, is the initiation on both teams is actually fairly light. It's all fairly short-range initiation or entirely skill shot dependent. So the Taric stun, Lee Sin Q, Irelia Q, Shen Taunt, Mundo Cleaver, Morgana Q. That's the initiation from both teams. So it really is going to come down to which team pokes better, which team has the earlier Reverie to force the fight, and who gets caught by one stray spell. And it's going to be crazy to watch, because we might not even see an actual full-fledged team fight until maybe 20 minutes with the way these comps look.
You know, interesting to note, last game, I don't think I saw like a very standard opening team fight from M5 towards the mid and late game. It was a lot of times they got initiated on, like Darien getting grabbed by Blitzcrank, but they were just so ahead at that point due to their counter jungling style that it didn't even matter, and they were able to just roll right through and finish the game.
Yeah. And I really don't know how well the aggressive counter jungling is going to work out with Lee Sin versus Mundo, because Mundo is the faster clearer. But as you were touching on that, I don't know if you noticed, but Urgot actually chose to start Doran's Blade, while Shen chose to start Doran's Shield, which, correct me if I'm wrong, but those are rather unusual picks, no? Given the actual lane compositions, you'd usually see Urgot going with Boots 3, just to be able to get in range and get all of his, get aggressive with his E when it is up. And Shen choosing to go Doran's Shield, it's pretty safe, but against Irelia, usually you'll see something like Cloth 5. What do you think of the Doran's Shield?
The Doran's Shield on Shen, I feel like, you know, he can get away with it. Shen is strong enough on this patch that he really has very little to worry about. There's a reason he was the most banned champion this tournament, although Doran's Shield not a very common pick, it's true, but I think he'll be able to manage.
I mean, it is one of the most cost-effective items in the entire game when you consider laning, as it gives you all laning stats.
Bottom, though, there's going to be a stun on Elementz. Lee Sin's going to come in for the hard gank. I don't know if she can escape. She does flash under the turret, so good force by Diamond on that flash.
Yeah, and that is a pretty standard early gank, but Genja actually forces a heal out of
already
as well.
Out of summoner spells less than 3 minutes into the game.
And that is going to be a very rough bottom lane, as Taric Urgot is not going to... They will not relent with this pressure. They will keep it up all game long without a jungler needing to come down there ever again. And honestly, they might have gotten those summoner spells maybe in the next 3 or 4 minutes without ever seeing a jungler. but now they're just so far ahead down there, it'll actually be pretty crazy. But in the meantime, we saw Crumbzz, who noted the aggression bottom, noted Lee Sin's presence down here, and chose to steal Lee Sin's blue. And that puts Lee Sin quite a bit behind, as blue is worth a lot of golden experience.
Yeah, already we see Crumbzz doing more counter jungling this game than last game. He kind of was just going for the farming and jungle clearing against TSM.
Mm-hmm. And I'm kind of wondering when Crumbzz is going to give away his blue, because it's pretty traditional if you start with a manaless jungler or you steal an enemy blue to give your blue away at about the 5-minute mark. And that's, there's no hard and fast rule behind it. That's just typically when it goes out, as that's when the jungler has finished his route, gone back to town, got enough health to do blue again, and then gives it to his mid. And actually Nyjacky choosing to blue pill rather early, and that kind of tells me that he's going to go get blue, because if anyone was watching CRS versus TSM, Nyjacky stayed mid until he had about 2,000 gold, and that was his first recall. So I would say, yeah, they're definitely setting up to give this blue away.
Well, he also recalled and bought 2 wards on that first buyback, and I'd like to make the point that M5 really wants to play aggressive here. They don't want to let this team comp make it to late game, and those 2 wards are going to be really key for Nyjacky.
Oh, and if this resets, this could be very bad, but no, actually able to pick it up very quickly, and it looks like, yeah, M5 absolutely knows what's up, as Nyjacky showed his face mid and then left, and that is a telegraph of doing your blue. But M5 chose not to invade, as they did not know if they'd be able to win that situation with Lee Sin in the other half of the jungle. So this game actually turning out to be fairly passive in the first 5 minutes, despite the early Lee Sin ganks, and that's going to set Diamonds rather far behind, as Lee Sin's late game is not the best in the world. But it is...
Not to mention Urgot Tarek also falling far behind late game against Kog'Maw Soraka, and they're trying their darndest to harass down here, but just Elementz with his sustain is proving a bit too much, and Kog'Maw's able to kind of sit back and farm and just take it easy, not really worry about dying too much to that Lee Sin out of their hair.
Yeah, and there's actually no ward coverage down here for Curse, so Lee Sin could sneak up through the lane, and yeah, it actually looks like exactly what he wants to do. He wants to get in here, try and get a gank off, because he knows that Elementz still does not have his flash up. And the river coverage actually a little lacking for CRS. And ooh, Gosu Pepper.
There's the TP on Soraka, lands the Q. Elementz gonna have to flash under the turret once again. Diamondez coming in for the gank a little bit late. Soraka able to get her flashback, and really a successful gank for taking the summoner, but not what he was hoping for there.
Yeah, and that was just really, really poor timing from M5's part, as they could have done that gank a little bit earlier, and Elementz wouldn't have had flash, and they would have net a kill down there. But in this case, getting the flash is just as good if Lee Sin is able to come back down and kill him while the flash is on cooldown again. But they will have to kill him through heal, which is going to be rather obnoxious, as Soraka's getting close to 6, which would mean triple heal, which is always rough to gank.
Well, it's not to say that they don't have the damage output early game with Tarek, Urgot, Lee Sin, but it is going to be an uphill battle if they don't get some kills out early in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and that just is the nature of the team comp that they have. Lee Sin, Urgot, and Tarek all not scaling incredibly well, but Kog'Maw really scaling much, much better than Urgot. Really, the only hard scaling hyper carry that they have on M5 is going to be Ryze, and that's compared to Morgana, who is primarily a mid-early game burst mage and then a late game CC monster. So really, if this game drags on, it's going to be all on Alex's shoulders. But if M5 tries to make any major aggressive plays early, it's going to be all on all on Diamonds in bottom lane, and here they're actually managing to steal this blue, but Diamonds, with
Diamond's kick almost gets it, but Crumbzz was able to smite for the blue, and Nyjacky forcing a flash from Lee Sin as well with his ult.
Yeah, and Diamonds flashing out of that immediately after kicking in, and that is how you know you did not park your car there. When there are 3 of them looking at you like you just insulted their mother, and that's when you know you need to get out of Dodge, because that would have not been a pretty situation.
And you know, Diamond actually, I don't think he's counter-jungled a single camp this game so far. It's been Crumbzz all day in that enemy blue area.
Yeah.
And so far, it's working out for him. Dr. Mundo was level 6 while Lee Sin was 5, so it was a good time to make a play for that blue.
And denying Rise blue early is very, very important before he gets his tier stacks, because once Rise's tier gets to like 20%, he's basically got infinite mana, and the blue won't matter as much, just primarily for the cooldown reduction, and even that's going to go away once he finishes Frozen Heart, which is going to be a very key item against Kog'Maw, who's primarily an attack speed reliant champion. So, and Frozen Heart actually an item that's picked up by Urgot as well, so I'd be interested in seeing if Genja is going to go for a Frozen Heart and go for kind of a tanky Urgot build, or if he's going to go for a more traditional build with like a Mana Mune and a Last Whisper. But if he was going for the Mana Mune build, I'd be very...
You would expect to see a tier by now.
Exactly, I wouldn't expect to see the Triple Thorns opening here.
And you know, I've been doing some casting for EU Go for Lols, and I noticed certain higher level teams, their Urgot, just kind of going for a tanky build late game with the Frozen Heart, Guardian Angel even, and playing the role of an initiator and sort of a damage sponge. So we'll see if he kind of plays towards that kind of style Urgot this game.
Yeah, and that really is a scary kind of Urgot, because he gets a ton of armor and magic resist from his R, and he's able to initiate on high priority targets. But really, in this kind of situation, the only target they're going to want to grab is Kog'Maw, who's never going to be getting in range of Urgot's ultimate. So that's going to be a little bit of a risky play if he chooses to go with that kind of tanky Urgot.
Absolutely. And you know, Faro, although this game 0-0 doesn't look very active, it's really dangerous for M5 to be playing like this. It's just the team comp that Curse has, it's a ticking time bomb, really.
No, it's just a lot of passive aggression, and that's really dangerous, because passive aggression in this game turns to active aggression very, very quickly. So every time we've seen something happen, playing to what Rambo said, every time something has been about to happen, both teams have kind of said, you know, we don't want to take a chance here, we need to back out really, 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 really quickly. And they've done it very, very well. And that really just goes to show the kind of level of play that these guys are at, because if this were any other team, any B-tier team, like a top-tier team from NA that didn't get invited here, you would have seen some kills come out from both teams by now, and you can't guarantee that those would have
Here's a gank now, bottom from Curse. Crumbzz throwing Cleaver into the brush. He already has his oracles, and I guess they decided not to pursue that gank, and he's going to be just dropping a ward in the triangle brush and clearing out the rest of the river.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for Curse to make a move here, as they don't really... Wow, they really are actually going to try and make a move on this dragon, and that's mostly because they just saw Taric go back, and they know that Crumbzz has an early oracles, and that's the reason you get the early oracles, is to make a play. You don't get an early oracles to sit back and do nothing. You clear the wards, you secure a dragon, you cut down enemy vision, and you set up ganks. And Crumbzz hasn't really been about ganks this tournament. He's been about subtle advantages snowballing his team, and that comes with something like contesting a small objective like blue, or securing a big objective in a subtle manner like dragon, which is exactly what happened. Ooh, and
oh man, Diamondz actually able to pick up that red, not gonna have to fight Crumbzz in the jungle. Shen teleporting in with the Stand United, taunts over the wall, cuts off Lee Sin's escape. Is he gonna be able to pick that up with Ignite? Lee Sin dashes, and it does finish him off. Wow, so much damage from that Shen, a lot more than I expected. Able to kill Lee Sin through the shield.
Yeah, and that was all about Shen's Giant's Belt and Ruby Crystal early, and really good decision to buy those items. Typically, you won't see a Warmog's Rush out of Shen in this level of play because it's a very expensive item. But here we see a rather unorthodox build on someone who is, doesn't have the best of farm, actually losing to Irelia by about 30, but chooses to go for the big play build and actually gets a big play out of it. So that's really, really smart play from Pfode.
You know what? I think they were suspecting that Diamondez was in their jungle because that's kind of what triggered the dragon, rather. He walked right by a ward to counter jungle the Wraith camp, and it kind of played right into their hand, gave him a free dragon, and they never did see him exit the jungle. So Crumbzz, actually smart enough, stood in the brush and kind of
he held
suspected.
The red just a little bit out of the bush to bait Diamonds into coming in. And I don't know if that whole thing was planned. And I think if we say that whole thing is planned, we might be giving Curse too much credit. But if it was, that is some pretty next level gaming right there, where you bait a disadvantage to someone you suspect is still in your woods. And that would be pretty scary if they're actually thinking that far ahead of M5, because you have to remember that M5 was in the hot seat in North America because they've been playing in a lot of NA tournaments recently. So we've been watching them pretty closely, and I know teams like Curse, TSM, and CLG have all been examining M5's playstyle, looking for weaknesses. And if they were able to find one and manipulate it to that extent, that is just scary.
You know what I'm not seeing from M5 right now is any sort of pickoffs from their comp. I was really hoping for more assertive, dominant aggression from this type of team. You've got the Rise CC, Urgot Tarek, Lee Sin, and that kind of early and mid-game power in terms of killing power is really scary, but the only kill now on Diamondez, and that's going to the Shen.
And what's actually really unusual to me here is that M5 is really they're not doing the bait and switch that they did last game when they were ahead. When they were ahead, they kept switching it up, making the other team adapt, keeping them behind, constantly playing on that.
Here's a gank up top on Darien. He's got to watch out. Crumbzz coming in, misses a cleaver. Shen out of energy. Mundo procking his W, and I think he's going to back off here. Drops the ward in the triangle. Darien enters the jungle, and I think he should be able to escape here. Dodges another cleaver, and he will survive that encounter.
Yeah, and they really were. They were playing very hesitant to go in on Darien because they didn't know where Lee Sin actually was. But now that he's stepped on this ward, they realize, oh, we could have gone in, we could have hunted her down. But when you walk into a bush like that and you have no idea what's on the other side, it could be a Lee Sin with red buff. That really swings the fight around, because a Lee Sin with red buff and an Irelia who was at 70? That's a really scary fight compared to just an Irelia who's at 70 when both of you are sitting as low as these two gentlemen were. So really just thinking far ahead, playing safely to not throw away the advantage, because that is the point of this Oracle. It is the early game advantage. If Crumbzz dies, even though he was able to secure a dragon with this Oracles, he is still personally far behind, even though he got his team ahead with that play. So he really wants to play safe for at least another 2-3 minutes and try and keep the vision down as much as he possibly can.
Oh, there's a nice binary on Alex from Nyjacky, and I like the dragon wards that M5 is placing, kind of trying to play hide and seek. And here's an engage onto Lee Sin, gets a cleaver to the face from Crumbzz. M5 Darien actually picks up a top turret in the meantime, and that ward way back in the dragon pit still managing to avoid Crumbz's sweeps with that Oracle.
Yeah, and M5 starting to get put into a bad position here as farm is basically dead even. 21.6 to 21.7. I don't really know how much more even it actually gets. So we're just going to call it dead even.
Here's some aggression on bottom. Kog'Maw going onto the Urgot. Crumbzz coming in. There's the exhaust under the turret. They're going to continue to dive. Shen ults in. Elementz taking a couple tower hits, and Urgot falling kind of low there. Aurelia makes her way down, and Morgana actually able to pick off Alex in the jungle.
Wow, and that's just Nyjacky thinking ahead of Rise and getting in the right position to catch him on his way bottom. And the play down here, the play down here that we saw from CRS to force that kind of gank, that tower dive, was to get M5 too low to fight for this dragon. And M5's really not falling for it. They want to be in here, they want to fight over this.
Yeah, here they are poking. Morgana lands a bind straight on Genja, and he's going to go down surely to that Kog'Maw. Soraka ult going out. M5 Darien now deciding he's got to get out of this. He's got to use Splash. Gosu Pepper out of mana. Can't really provide a stun for him. Lee Sin trying to shield. Do what he can. Flashes towards the turret. Are they going to dive this? Crumbzz going in with the black shield under the turret. Diamondprox going down. Now Gosu Pepper in trouble. Crumbzz, though, falls to the turret. Loses Oracles. Shen able to take out Aurelia. And they're going to back off, losing only Mundo. But however, he did lose that Oracles to the tower dive.
Yeah, and losing that Oracles at this point really was not that bad. That Oracle was able to shut out their vision on this second dragon and secure a second dragon off just one Oracles. So 100% worth it. Mundo not even far behind Lee Sin as far as gold gain. Actually, Mundo's 700 gold ahead. So that really just goes to show you he could actually afford to buy another Oracles and still be even with Lee Sin as far as items go. And he actually chooses to do so, picking up the second Oracles. Now, this game is really on M5 right now. They have to make a very big play to try and get themselves into this game because their comp is very early game oriented. What they need to do is try and get an Oracles out on the field on someone, try and shut out Curse's vision, and try and just pick a good fight with their early game champions. And if they don't do that, I really don't see them able to win a team fight late game. So just because they haven't been able to shut out any farm. They're up one tower, M5 is up one tower, but Curse is up 2k gold now because of the two dragons. And that basically means that farm has been even across the board. Urgot's up by 30, that's actually 40, fairly significant. But really, that doesn't mean much because they were able to secure two dragons, which evens that out a lot.
I don't see the late game 5v5s going in M5's favor at all. I just can't play it out in my head where Urgot could swap anyone decently. He'd have to get to Kog'Maw, but, with Kog'Maw's range in that kind of front line, you've got Mundo, Morgana, and Shen all headed straight for your carries, and what are you going to do about that in the late game? Even if you do manage to take out Kog'Maw, you're going to lose so much for it that you're going to get aced in the remainder of the team fight.
No, and he really just does have a fantastic front line, and Curse, if you guys were watching the first game, very
might
good
be a dive bottom, though. Urgot taking a cleaver. Crumbzz kind of just poking at them, really. So, choosing not to dive. He does have another Oracles, and Diamondprox is down there as well.
Yeah, and he's not going to want to lose that Oracles, as that would put him even against Lee Sin, while Mundo should be ahead, because he is a much faster jungle clearer. And even though Mundo's been, I would say, a little bit more active in the lanes than Lee Sin has been, his speed is actually just that much faster that he can afford to gank more than Lee Sin and still be ahead in CS. So that is actually just crazy how effective Crumbzz has been with his jungle uptime and, keeping his camps down.
There's a point I'd like to make about Curse having a ringer. And historically, ringers have performed well in tournaments. You saw CLG at IEM Guangzhou in China take that tournament. I think it was with Salsi, or is that Germany? That might have been Germany.
I thought they had they had Voyboy and MLG.
They had Voyboy at MLG.
Yeah.
And Salsi in a different tournament.
Salsi, I think you're actually
Cologne.
completely right. Yeah.
And then in IPL, Dignitas had Los Cicero, and they were able to win that tournament with the Ringers. So I don't know. There might be some sort of karmic voodoo going on here with Ringers in these tournaments. We see Diamondprox taking a binding from Nyjacky.
I mean, Ringers might just be the good luck charm.
Top lane, Darien getting dove, though. Ignite going out, Cleaver's going out as well, and Boat actually able to take that kill with Shen.
Yeah, and that's really not what you need to be seeing right now, because Irelia is kind of the one, she's the great hope for this team right here, because she has been dominating her lane very heavily by, almost upwards of 40 CS every time I've looked up here. And she is just like one of those characters that will always be a threat to Kog'Maw, because she is the epitome of an anti-carry. Absolutely. You're not going to be able to keep her off of him. So if Irelia farms well, continues to farm as well as she's been farming all game long, Kog'Maw's going to be in a lot of trouble. Just a whole world of hurt if Irelia is able to free farm the way she has been against Shen so far. Now, what do you think of Diamond's build right now? Because it looks like he tried to transition. He did Wriggles, which is standard core on Lee Sin. And from there, he tried to transition into more of an early game, I have to make plays happen, I have to do big things build, which involves Doran's Blades for the damage scaling. And now he's actually going for Ruby Crystal and an All Magic Mantle, which is kind of transitioning to a utility build with the Aegis.
Well, it could be Aegis. Actually, there's a fight here. Gosu Pepper getting caught with the binding. Morgana going in for the ult on Irelia and Lee Sin. Gets the stun off. Rise in trouble now. Curse Cop putting out the damage on Rise. Darien having to run away with his ult. Lee Sin getting binded by Nyjacky. There's the Urgot swap finally on Morgana, and he's in the middle of all 5 of them. Elementz getting protected with the Black Shield from Morgana and Shen as well. Urgot goes down to Cop, Darien, and Alex Ich, the only ones alive. And they could go for a mid-push.
Yeah, I would expect a mid-push here, and Baron would be incredibly greedy. I don't think there's any real way that you could expect them to do that, but with Shen and Soraka, nothing is really out of the question, as both of those characters give ludicrous amounts of healing, particularly with Shen's build, right? He has the Warmonks, which is going to give his team a ton of healing just for attacking Baron. And that really could not have gone any worse for M5, losing 3 heroes like that. They really need to make a play happen right now, and if they don't make a play happen in, I'm gonna say, the next 3 minutes or so, it's no longer M5's game to win, but it will become Curse's game to lose. And what that means is that if they don't make something happen, and when I say make something happen, I mean this right here.
Yeah, forcing this Baron.
They need to get a win here. They need to be able to pick them off, maybe get this Baron down quickly. Oh, come on.
They are able to do it.
Come on, M5.
Oh, yeah, they've got this.
And that is the kind of play I'm talking about. They knew exactly the kind of corner they were pushed into, and that is what I like to see right there. They took advantage of Curse's sluggish return to base and pressured the Baron quickly as they were all still back. So really, really strong play from M5 there, showing that they know their basics. Really happy with that. So now they're actually totally back in this game, which is just fantastic, because it was really looking very grim for them there.
Well, I wouldn't say they've got full control of the game like Curse sort of did, but they've got this window of opportunity now with the Baron buff where they've got a little bit of extra ability to make something happen. And this Irelia camping in the brush might be that something happening. Oh, Cop and Elementz, though, playing smartly, not going to venture out there and overextend.
Yeah, and Irelia actually choosing to max Q over E, which is, that is mostly a flavor play by Irelia players. Some say max E, some say max Q. And I actually really prefer the Q in this kind of situation where you're able to farm as freely as he was. Q really does help with farming, and it helps with pushing. particularly against someone like Shen, who doesn't have as much pushing power. He really doesn't have the AoE clear. So pushing onto him as hard as she did is probably what ended up costing Shen the lane, as you know, he was losing all game despite getting a red. And red is usually more than enough to win top lane, but in this case, it wasn't.
Mm-hmm. And we actually see Rise. Will he finish that Frozen Heart? Yeah, he does. So that's going to help a little bit with maybe reduce Kog'Maw's attack speed a little bit. But aside from that, I don't know what else they can do to kind of just put a stopper on this Kog'Maw's damage in 5v5s.
Mm-hmm. And Genja actually choosing to go with the Glacial Shroud, which we talked about earlier, and Rise finishes his Frozen Heart first. So I'm gonna be pretty impressed if they actually communicate what they're gonna do with this, because having double Frozen Heart is not terrible. Because if you lose one, you still have the attack speed debuff, and in this case, it's actually fairly important because Kog'Maw is entirely attack speed dependent. So really, if they're gonna go for double Frozen Heart, it'll make me a little bit happy, but also be a little bit disappointed, as unless that's really planned and super high level play, then that's just a really sloppy miscommunication at this level. So I'm gonna give them the credit that I think they deserve and say that it's intentional if they finish it.
And I kind of see where they're going for with this. Urgot building extremely tanky, so you expect him to kind of be going for that swap with his ultimate, reverse polarity, going straight for that Kog'Maw, which maybe with a flash you'll be able to pull off if Cop kind of just relaxes a bit too much and doesn't pay attention to his positioning, but I don't suspect that would happen. He does have the safety net of Soraka, Morgana, and Shen just protecting him, and you've got Mundo in the front just being able to be a huge distraction at the same time.
Yeah, and M5 really unable to utilize their Baron at all, and Curse really doing a great job of timing this Baron out. And for those that really missed what they did, because it was rather subtle and we didn't really cover it, Curse was pressuring top with Shen while leaving Kog'Maw and Soraka bottom, and having Morgana chain push mid, while Mundo farmed the jungle, basically just counter jungle. Oh, and they're making a play mid. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, they are, absolutely. There's a binding on Aurelia. Mundo, though, is in that brush. Can he get rid of that Banshee's Veil on Rise? Kog'Maw is not with the team, and with a team comp like this, you don't want to fight with Kog'Maw missing. You're going to be able to hold a lot of people up and make them waste some time, but then they're still alive. Here comes Urgot onto Crumbzz, though. Might be able to catch him. There's a swap, but will there be any follow-up? Can Rise get there for the Rune Prison? He does flash in. Exhaust goes out on Urgot. There's the Ignite on Crumbzz. He's not going to be able to survive this, unfortunately, and that was a great pickoff by Urgot. Good
what a crushing amount of damage, just really unsuspecting, and really, I mean, quite enjoyable from my perspective. Like, that was really good to watch, because it just shows us all that M5 is still in this game 100%. Just because they haven't gotten a preferable team fight doesn't mean that they can't actually win one. Alright, guys?
And, you know, Curse really needs to be more careful. They're playing a little bit careless, getting caught like that. And I'm actually not surprised that Shen and Soraka didn't waste their ults trying to save that Mundo there.
No. Crumbzz was fully aware.
For the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, Crumbzz 100% knew what he was doing, wandering into the enemy woods by himself at this point in the game. He knew that if he fell behind, he was going to be left behind, and that's exactly what happened. So, guys, when you're playing solo, like, even here in pre-made fives, when you make a play like that, don't expect people to die for you. Don't expect people to do it in solo queue, alright? Random people you don't know don't care about you as much as these guys care about winning this tournament. And they wouldn't die for him there. So, what do you think we're going to see here? Do you think M5 is going to try and force a fight, as they still have a little bit of their early advantage from winning their lanes, but the farm, the the total gold gain is mostly even, and the farm distribution among the carries isn't noticeable to the point that it's going to influence a fight one way or another. So do you think M5 is going to want to just try and fight as soon as Baron spawns? Or do you think they're going to want to try and catch Curse in the middle of it? Because I don't think Curse is going to go for it.
Well, Curse hasn't had perfect positioning. Crumbzz here again,
Diamond's
taking a
caught.
lot of damage. Diamonds, yeah, taking a ton of damage as well. Towards the blue, Urgot throwing out those Qs onto Soraka, and Morgana actually catches Gosu Pepper. Diamond's trying to shield him, but gets ignited as well. Has to flash away. Urgot continues to poke, and Aurelia was able to take out Crumbzz in the meantime, diving that turret. Wow, Darien, great job.
And this could really be a good fight for M5 if they know how to play this, as Morgana used her ultimate to kill only the support. And they were able to trade a jungler for a support, which is really good for M5 in terms of power level, because losing your support is nowhere near as big as losing your jungler at this stage in the game. But it looks like they're not going to take the risk, as they feel they were too low for that, and I kind of agree with that looking at Darien's HP. So just going to back out, play it safe. Really,
I'm actually very impressed at Aurelia's damage output and tenacity to be able to stick on that Mundo and tower dive in and get the kill.
That was crazy. The fact that Aurelia saw what was going on in her own jungle and just said, you know what, there's really this Mundo over here that needs to be killed, and he's got some towers or whatever, but I really, really don't like him. And she was able to just completely pick it off. Like, that was crazy.
Here they are posturing for ban again, kind of just scouting around. Morgana throws a bind in there, but there are good wards from M5. It's kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wards in the area for Baron, so they've got great map awareness. There goes another one, along with CV. Curse going for the mid push, and really it's going to come down to the peel. It's all about the peel for Curse Cop here, and just the entire Curse team, really. Although Nyjacky played a splendid laning phase, his ults are kind of questionable. We saw in that TSM game, he really wasn't able to get solid ults in team fights.
Yeah, I mean, he had a couple really, really good ones, but in that case there, I mean, it really didn't turn out poorly for him to ult only the Taric there, but it very well could have if Aurelia was in a little bit better shape, as they would have just pressed into that fight. And Morgana without her ultimate at this stage is very, very gimped as far as relative power to a Ryze who is as farmed as Alex currently is, sitting at 270 CS, which really is the kind of point, that's the point in the game where Ryze gets to go crazy. He's finished his 3 core items and tier, and he's able to go for a flavor item in the 6th. And that's going to be either a GA, a Rylai's, a Warmogs, or a Void Staff. And that's really entirely up to him, and whichever one of those he chooses is going to make his character go crazy if this game goes on much longer. But Cop is hitting that very same point on an AD carry, which is just as scary.
But you know, you can really tell the difference between this game and last. Soraka and Nunu, Cop's damage output was much higher last game, and here they are actually posturing for that bear and getting some pokes out. And could they be forcing this? Mundo's going to pop his ult and dive right in there, exactly what he wants to do. He takes the Ryze damage. Aurelia going in for Kog'Maw, though he gets black shielded and stand united. Crumbzz goes down, though. Urgot now taking damage. Morgana ult hits 3. Darien stunned. And Urgot trying to swap, but it gets canceled. Top, though, goes down finally, and that's going to be bad for Curse. That's exactly what they don't want. M5 Darien surviving barely by the skin of his teeth, and Fote goes down finally. M5.
Oh, and that was just that was such impressive teamwork. So Darien drove straight past the tank line to anti-carry Kog'Maw as soon, and that is crazy play. So right now there is a pause going out by Team CRS. I have no idea what is happening, but that was wild. And Nyjacky actually got a good ultimate off there, hitting 3 people. So I'm just gonna wait. Wild. And Nyjacky actually got a good ultimate off there, hitting 3 people. So I'm just gonna wait for for this to kick in. Wow, what a team fight there. And at this point in the game especially, not one you would expect to go as heavily in M5's favor as it actually did. But their fantastic focus, their target calling to immediately focus the tanks and leave the Kog'Maw to Darien won them that game. Or won them that fight, I should say. And this is their second Baron. So despite all the early game advantages that Curse had, which was also in spite of the early game comp that M5 has, they're totally tied in gold. And
that's going to go to the two Barons, really, from M5.
Yeah.
Great job on the timing for the Baron. Good map awareness. Know the perfect time, when to do it. Know where exactly Curse is placed on the map. And you have to wonder, why are they pausing the game? Could it be some hardware issue that Curse is having that led them to poor positioning, or maybe misplays in the fight? Exactly, we do not know as of yet.
I mean, I don't actually know how much we're allowed to talk about this stuff, but I know yesterday Cyanide had some technical failure, and Cyanide's Nocturne against Dignitas, he was actually unable to cast W all game until like 25 minutes in. And as soon as he was able to cast Spell Shield, he was actually able to get off those fantastic Baron steals. And that's really painful to have something like that happen in a tournament setting. But I don't know if something similar is happening to Curse, or if it's just maybe a player error or something just crazy going on. But let's talk about what M5 actually did there. They saw Shen split pushing bottom, and instead of being indecisive like 90% of teams actually are, they just said, you know what, we're gonna do this. We can't let Shen push our towers in. We have to make him come here. And how do you make him come here? You force a fight at Baron. A lot of people would say, you know, push a tower. No, that's not how you do it. You can stall on a tower almost indefinitely with someone like Kog'Maw and Morgana. What are you going to do with creeps? Nothing. They're just going to get instantly destroyed. So pressure the Baron. Even if you're not sure you can take them in a fight, they chose to pressure this Baron, not knowing 100% whether they would win or lose in a team fight. And they played it well and just stomped that fight disgustingly. 3-for-0, securing a Baron. Wild. No one would have saw that going into that.
And I'm looking at the summoner spells right now. Kog'Maw Slash still up. Soraka Flash and Heal still up. So I'm curious. He did use Cleanse. I wonder if there was some sort of problem with Cop's computer, because really, he did a great job last game of not getting caught ever.
And I mean, that could have been as much a technical issue as it was a player issue.
Absolutely. You can't really expect perfect play 100% of the time.
Yeah,
from everyone.
It is a very stressful environment, guys. Everyone does make mistakes. So even if Cop's computer was working fine, I wouldn't say he made a mistake that is worthy of any reprimand, as he was in the right spot making the right plays, but Darien just made a much better play.
So the game is still paused. I think we might go to a commercial break while we're waiting for this game to come back.
All right. Oh, okay, no.
Oh.
So Shen
has reconnected.
Yeah, that'd be a pretty big deal, I would say, if he DC'd in the middle of that fight. But he did get focused down second, so not actually as big a deal as we might think. He might have disconnected immediately after the taunt. If he was alive before the next one, that could be really bad. But
it might not even have been a disconnect. He might have just had to fix something and then get back into the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So what are we looking for out of Curse right now? Because M5 is showing everyone right now that their team actually does have what it takes to stand toe-to-toe with a bigger team, a better late-game team. And I would say that that's almost entirely because of Alex's rise right here, as his sustained damage output has been off the charts, blowing everything up in team fights, as well as Darien's fantastic Irelia play. So, do you think CRS is maybe going to try and change their targeting priority? Do you think they're going to have Cop continue to focus down the Irelia as he gets focused, or as Irelia focuses him? Do you think they're going to have Crumbzz switch to less of an anti-carry mode and go like to maybe a more defensive peel? What do you think?
What they don't want to do here is lose their composure and let M5 push them back on their heels and take complete control of the game. They want to keep that Shen in the side lane, split pushing, keep M5 on their toes, keep them honest. And, you know, Curse Cop, he's got to position a little bit farther back to kind of adjust for Darien being a
monster.
Great Irelia player himself. And looks like M5 is going to take this dragon with the Baron. And I expect them to push a lane with the Baron now instead of timing it out like they did with the last one.
Yeah, and that is actually 3 dragons for M5, 2 Barons, and that puts them up 1 dragon, 2 Barons, and down 2 towers. So, and looks like they're going for an engage here, but this is going to come down to the initiation we talked about earlier, as if they can't slow anyone with Urgot, or they can't land a Q that Lee Sin wants to kick into, then it really is all about the team with the Reverie to choose the initiation.
Here they go, poking under the turret. Gosu Pepper taking a binding, and it looks like Curse is just going to give this turret away. There's really not much value in that outer turret right now that I would risk fighting a team with Baron for.
No, never.
And it looks like Shen, though, is going to be able to make it to that second turret. Wonder how M5 will respond. Looks like Darien looks like he was going to recall, but changes his mind. They do not have a teleport to make up for that Shen being able to split push with a global ult, though.
Yeah,
so they could run into issue with that as they try to make use of this Baron.
And this is really exactly what Curse did last time. They had Shen split push. They warded their jungle. They warded the enemy jungle in a defensive manner so that they could all split push and never really fall for a gank. But in this case, they're really on the defensive, as if they try and fight M5 right now, I think they would lose legitimate.
Boat has to be careful. He gets stunned by Darien here. Diamondprox going in, putting in some damage on him. Nyjacky stops them with the binding, though. Misses the binding, but forces them back. Drops Tormented Soil, and looks like Foat survives that one. Kog'Maw's making his way up from mid as well. He's got to get ready for this fight. There's a swap on Curse Crumbzz. He's going to get bursted down immediately. Goes down to the turret. There's the ult from Nyjacky, hitting 4 people minus Rise. Kog'Maw finally makes his way in there, able to take out Darien. Now Diamondprox going on Cobb, but I don't think he's got the damage. Rise now giving it a try. Shen was able to use Stand United to protect him, though. Alex Ick has to back away. Damage too much from the Kog'Maw. Diamondprox now backing away, shielding towards Gosu Pepper. And that's 2 for 2, actually, in that exchange. Diamondprox going down right after Curse Crumbzz did when he dove for that Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and that tower dive just being a little bit too much for M5 to really handle there. And they might have thrown away their Baron with that, as I don't think they're going to be able to make any more aggressive plays with that dive. And yeah, actually their Baron just times out. So, I mean, they tried to make something happen, and really that was the first time we've seen Shen play in a purely defensive manner. In every team fight before this, we've seen Shen, ult in on someone and then just taunt and go aggressive. And the one time he actually chooses to sit back and defend Cop, they were able to come out favorably, even though Alex looked like he was surely going to be able to kill Cop in a 1v1 fashion. And I think if Shen continues to defend Kog'Maw instead of try to play the anti-carry, their team is going to come out with a victory. But if Crumbzz keeps getting caught, it's going to be very, very hard, as he is nowhere near as tanky as he thinks he is.
And if we look at the last 2 team fights in contrast, where M5 picked up the Baron afterwards in the first one, and then they kind of went 2 for 2 under a turret in the second one, the range of the fights was much bigger. So they were kind of in a giant ball of just a cluster of players near the Baron, whereas the tower kind of kept a lot of people separate, and Darien and Rise had to really go in and extend for that Kog'Maw, which I think ultimately led to their downfall in that fight.
Yeah, absolutely. They separated themselves from their team, really split themselves up in a fashion that they didn't need to, because they could have just backed off immediately after killing Crumbzz, and because that was free. That was a very, very free kill. So I was actually very surprised to see that dive, and M5 getting ready for this Baron.
Oh, here's the ShLaYas from Soraka. Can they catch Gosu Pepper? Here's the cleaver. Nope, doesn't go for the cleaver. Sees Diamondez, thinks he's a better target. Actually, Darien recalling, says, see ya, Diamond. Good luck with that one. Catches a binding and a taunt, and he's definitely going to go down.
Really? Wow, what a binding from Nyjacky. That was crazy. It was really good cleaver, and the cleaver was about to not matter because Diamonds was going to kick to the creep wave, and then he was going to W to his creeps, and it was just going to be out. He was just going to be free. But Nyjacky, with that binding, hitting him through creeps, getting them a kill, and that is a very, very important kill, ladies and gentlemen. That is a kill on a jungler 45 minutes into the game. Okay, keyboard issue, so we're paused one more time. So, really, ward's not working on Diamond. What the fuck? That is really bad.
Good timing on dropping the F-bomb because I just hit commercial.
Oh, well, no, that's awful. He can't see through his own wards? That has to be the worst bug I've ever heard of in my entire life.
On Diamond?
Yeah, that is terrible.
That's not good.
If he can't see through his own wards, that is crazy. That is almost impassable as a... Oh my goodness. How does that bug even happen?
So that means he can't even ward dash. You're right. I haven't seen a single ward dash this game. Have you? Because I have not. And he's got 4 wards in his inventory.
Well, I mean, that rules out one kind of bug, like, because they just said wards aren't working. So that could mean he can't target them. That could mean he can't see them. That could mean he can't buy them. That could mean he can't place them. And if he's got wards in his inventory, then he can obviously buy them. Wow. If he can't see through wards, that is the most game-crushing bug I've ever heard of in my entire life.
You know, I hope it fixes it once they reconnect. Usually, these bugs do fix themselves when you reconnect on the turning realm.
Yeah. That's wild. Okay, let's see if he can actually, because if that keeps going, that's going to be really, really hard for M5 as a whole.
Okay, and we do return in the game. I don't see any fast forwarding, so we should be in sync with the actual game. M5 does take that blue from Nyjacky.
So good job on M5 stealing the blue there. They actually give it to Urgot again. Notice they haven't been giving it to Rise, and that's because Rise really is at that point in the late game where he has infinite mana and near 40% CDR. So it really is better to just give it to the Urgot, who does have mana problems and does need the cooldown reduction.
It looks like they're going to try to force this Baron now.
And yeah, CRS rushes
no response to it.
I mean, they can't. They don't have a response. Diamonds is still in the fountain. He just respawned from that kill that we were talking about before the pause. And that's why that kill is so important, because if you take out the jungler, they can't smite steal from you. And if they can't smite steal and you lose the Baron, then, like, that's just... You're bad. That's all it is. I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
Like, losing a Baron to another smite is totally acceptable in most cases, because it's like a 50-50 chance if both teams are playing well. But losing it to a team without smite, that's awful. You can't do that.
Oh, it looks like Nyjacky, though, going to dive in with his ult, gets exhausted, only stuns Gosu Pepper. Darien goes in on Kog'Maw, gets exhausted and backs out. Stand United goes off onto Curse Cop. Urgot now in the mix, getting to half health. Chris Crumbzz goes down in all the mix-up, and Crumbzz now Cop having to flash away. Diamondez, though, might be able to finish him off. Yes, he does. Kathy in surprise going out, though. Rise goes down to Soraka. Lee Sin picking off Morgana now, though. Urgot, Gosu Pepper, and Lee Sin still alive. The stun goes out on Curse Elementz. Fote has to walk away, but I don't think he's going to survive this for sure. He does go down, executed by that Lee Sin. Now Elementz going on the aggressive on Gosu Pepper there, but not able to really pick him off, and that turret does go down for mid. M5 actually won the fight.
And that was insane. That looked like just the smallest miscommunication from Curse, no? Because the tower was alive at like 1 HP, and Nyjacky was just like, I'm going in. Let's do this. And he just like flash ulted, gets exhausted, and that just totally turns the fight in his favor. Alright, Cop with the amazing moves that he pulled to stay alive as long as he did with how hard M5 was focusing him. You know, he was able to take out 2 targets, and that was just with how hard M5 was focusing him. You know, he was able to take out 2 targets, and that was just really, really strong positioning from Cop. Constant maneuverability to keep him out of the direct line of fire. But it really just was not enough after that tower dive and that clutch exhaust.
The key element missing in his defense there, I think, was Nyjacky's Black Shield, which he couldn't really provide while he was respawning.
Yeah, that would have been, I imagine Black Shield would have been a pretty big deal when you're getting focused down by Taric, Lee Sin, and Urgot. I don't know, that's just the word on the street. I hear Black Shield is pretty important.
I don't know, Nyjacky might be getting a little bit too confident trying to go hero mode, Morgana dive under the turret.
He can try it again if he knows they don't have exhaust up, because if they don't have exhaust, that play could actually work. If he hadn't have been exhausted as that ulti.
Here they go. He does go in for it again. Once again, only getting Gosu Pepper. Darien going in and backing out as he usually does. Urgot now coming in, trying to do any damage to Kog'Maw. Nyjacky taking a kick from Lee Sin. Gosu Pepper running around with that Radiance. And some Qs from Urgot going out onto Cop, dropping dangerously low. Taric finally goes down. Crumbzz still alive, throwing cleavers out. Morgana finally uses her Zhonya's Hourglass, but she falls to Lee Sin. Kog'Maw now getting caught by Rise and Urgot. M5 just a little bit too tanky, and Darien actually takes out Shen with her. Crumbzz the only one left alive.
Crumbzz can do it, yeah. And that was another insane team fight with Alex picking up the quadra kill, and he actually chose to go with Rylai's, guys, so I was talking about the flavor item earlier. Rylai's Crystal Scepter, Alex Itch's 6th item of choice on Rise. And that fight really could not have gone better for Curse. Nyjacky only hit one person with his ultimate. But the angle of approach that he had was so good, it actually zoned 4 members of Curse, or 4 members of M5 away from Darien. But they weren't able to finish Darien in the meantime. Darien was alone because Nyjacky was pushing all of M5 away. And the fact that they weren't able to finish off Darien, or even like really dent him because he was at above 50, that really put them behind in that fight, and that's really where all that difference came from. You know, Nyjacky can't afford to throw away his ultimate like that and have his team not make plays off of the positioning advantage that it gives them.
Yeah, and without Morgana to be able to defend Kog'Maw, it's going to be really hard for Cop to peel against these extremely tanky anti-carries that they've got going here on M5, and that's the main issue, I think, for Curse. They have to stop diving in with that Morgul to start a fight, because really it hasn't worked out for them at all. Yeah. And I don't know what he thinks he's obtaining from just flashing in with the ult, but I think it would be better if he just sat back, throws Black Shield on Kog'Maw, and does defensive ults to try to stun him if they go for the dive.
Yeah, and that really would be a good play, but the only issue I find with that statement is that if Nyjacky isn't the person initiating, who on this team is going to? It has to be Crumbzz. Every time Crumbzz has stepped even a little bit out of line, M5 has never hesitated to just beat him relentlessly and show him that he does not belong on the front line. You know, he got dove under a tower with 3 of his friends there.
And speaking of Crumbzz, he might be in a bit of trouble here. Don't know what the rest of Curse can do to protect him. He does use exhaust on Aurelia. Can he get away with his ult? Lots of speed coming out from Crumbzz here. Rest of Curse kind of just trying to fight these super creeps.
I mean, am I crazy, or did he get a flash out of Taric there?
Let's see. Yeah, Taric did use Flash, and he's just leading a parade towards the blue Nexus right now. Darien gonna go in with the Equilibrium Strike. Urgot now slowing him with the shield, and Crumbzz nowhere to go, falls for sure, and I really hope Baron doesn't spawn right now.
It really will be up, like, right now. And that's gonna be really bad. So, wow, just really good play from M5. And really crazy to see that Cop was not able to get the damage output that his team needed, and that comes a lot from the Frozen Hearts on the enemy team mitigating his damage output. Comes a lot from the right priorities on the enemy team to make him move, make him lose DPS uptime. And every second that Kog'Maw spends running for his life where a tank should be peeling for him is a period of seconds that he should be just trying to beat the crap out of the other team.
This game looks like it is going to go to M5, yeah, for sure. So M5 proceeding to 2-0. Curse dropping to 1-1 now. And
wow, what a wild game, because that is nothing that like anyone would have predicted. Urgot's late game really shining through, which is not something you normally get to say, but his percent damage reduction from, you know, attacking and inflicting people with spells really hurt Cop there, and Rise's Frozen Heart hurt Cop even more. And that's all it was. It was, we need to do just a little bit to hurt Cop a little bit more out of the fight. I don't know how much of the fights you guys were watching, but anytime Cop's W wasn't up, he would back out of the fight. Anytime his W was up, Urgot would try and be on him. He would be trying to E him, try and Q him out of the fight some more. And if Kog'Maw ate 2 or 3 Qs, he would back away. And that really hurt the damage uptime of CRS Cop, who was really what was holding them into that game in the late. Be totally ready. Now, what do you think we're going to see for bans here? As SK been practicing a lot of Ashe, people have been saying you got to ban it against him, just like AAA, just like
I expect the Cassiopeia ban.
Of course.
That's just the nature of things. There's an Aurelia ban.
Ooh, an Aurelia ban could mean that they're going for Kog'Maw again, because she is that hyper anti-carry we were talking about, where she's just so good at diving. So,
Dr. Mundo ban, not sure. I guess Crumbzz has been doing that all day. Maybe they're just trying to keep him honest. There's a Lee Sin ban against
New. That's a pretty subtle jib at Kog'Maw, as the attack speed buff really helps him out all game long. And Nunu in lane is one of the better ways to keep Kog'Maw there. First pick Kog'Maw, we'll probably see SK snatch up like Janna, because Janna's going to be Kog'Maw's like second go-to for who to lane with. And that'll force him with something like a Soraka. But as far as this last ban, Shyvana, that's always a good ban. Just a really hard character to wrap your team around, I should say.
So as far as the big picks we have open, we still have Ryze. We got Morgana. I know Ocelote can play both of those champions. There's the Karthus that's kind of been, one of those alternative titled champions. That there's the Ryze pick from Elementz, strong mid champion, especially when you ban Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
There's a few more counters. Tries Morgana not being one of them. Nyjacky decided to go Morgana against Ryze last game. She didn't do too bad in laning phase, but afterwards.
Well, but yeah, the scaling was just so far in Morgana's favor.
Mm-hmm.
They could do a brand, as I know SK is pretty cool, and they
want to
pick the
Morgana right into the Ryze.
Yeah. So these teams just really confident they're Morgana, and I really do like the Maokai into that because it's going to give them a lot of lane control mid. Maokai is going to be able to gank Ryze a lot better than anything Ryze has could gank Morgana because of Black Shield. And Ryze having no escape going to really leave him in a bad spot if Maokai gets one snare on him. So what do you think we're going to see here? Do you think we're going to see?
We might see the bottom lane. Could see the bottom lane here. Janna Kog'Maw, or even Janna Ashe. You might be able to take away the Ashe from SK. Have to see Cop, I know, also likes
Corki and MF.
Oh, there is the Shen again.
Okay, so Shen actually getting his first loss of the tournament, yes. Last match, yeah.
We hadn't lost before that one, are you sure?
Unless he lost today, but yesterday he went undefeated. So
Okay.
Picked or banned in every game. Picked in 3 of them, banned in everything else, and won all 3. But the Udyr, a very strong early game jungler. He's going to be going for ganks as much as he possibly can against Morgana. But he's also going to be looking to counter jungle Maokai, as Maokai's not going to be able to defend himself one-on-one against an equal level, equal buff Udyr.
Right. And I think that's what they were afraid of when they were banning Dr. Mundo and Shyvana. Yeah. Having seen the first game Curse played against TSM, they did a great job kind of keeping that Maokai in check and not letting him freely roam the jungle and do what he wanted to do.
Yeah, and Janna getting snatched up here, that's a dual purpose pick, right? So they take Kog'Maw at the same time, just because we said earlier that Janna and Kog'Maw go together very well. But Janna also a fantastic Udyr counter, and one of the things you want to take away from him as quickly as you can.
That is true. Udyr does have that problem of being kited, and you see Anivia picks a lot against Udyr, and it just completely shuts him down.
Yeah, and SK still hasn't picked a top, so they have to pick something that's going to deal with Yorick, which is just a total monster top lane. So generally the goal against Yorick isn't to win top, it's just to survive. But these teams tend to be going for more all or nothing plays rather than just going with a general safe pick. So a general safe pick against someone like Yorick would be something like Trundle, who's able to just sit back, get some HP from the ghouls and CS well. But a bigger pick than that would be someone like Riven, who can actually realistically kill Yorick in lane with her splash from her splash killing the ghouls. So I'm kind of interested in seeing what SK is going to go with here, because they do have a lot of options.
I think Yorick's the bottom support.
Ooh, yeah, actually you're totally right. He is 100% the bottom support, and that's going to be a terrible, terrible lane for Kog'Maw. Although it could very well be Shen support, as that does work. So it looks like it's going to be Yorick
play
support.
Shen last game, and it looks like they picked up Renekton for the
No,
no,
that doesn't make any sense.
That doesn't work.
But
so
okay.
top lane Renekton against Shen, both manaless users.
Yeah, and both of those lanes, like Shen and Yorick, really, really hard to deal with as not Shen or Yorick. So Renekton, a very strong pick because he can deal with both of them very well. Renekton considered a counter to Yorick and one of the strongest top laners in the game. So he's going to be able to stand up to Shen just as well as he would Yorick. That's a really very smart pick from SK, and that's why they're in that seat, because they know general picks like that will win top. So really we want to see Kevin do well up top, and by well I mean maybe like go up about 30 CS over Shen, because if Renekton goes even with Shen, he's going to fall behind Shen in the mid and late game, as Shen's just going to have a lot more utility than Renekton really does.
Right. So as far as CC, for Curse's team, we've got Rise, Rune Prison, Shen Taunt, Bear Stance, and other than that, I guess the Caitlyn Trap or the Yorick Slow, but there's not really any major reliable CCs.
It's going to be hard for them to get to Kog'Maw.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be really hard for them to actually get to that Kog'Maw. It's going to be all on Crumbzz and Pfo. They have to push through the tank line. And if they push through the tank line to get to Kog'Maw, it's going to leave their Caitlyn very open to a Renekton who's going to be angry, and a Morgana who's going to be farmed. Because let's be real, you can't stop Morgana from getting farmed.
Absolutely. So it looks like we have a CV on SK, no CV on the other team, and I think that gives them the much stronger level 1, especially with Morgana binding.
Yeah, and the CV is going to be used, to give them a positional advantage, and if they know where the enemy is, they can position accordingly to counter it. But the team without the CV is going to have a better straight up fight because they have one more combat summoner. As Clairvoyance, you can't Clairvoyance someone and have it do damage, right? So
right.
That's going to be a little bit scary if they're not able to properly utilize this Clairvoyance in this level 1 fight, as I would say Curse's level 1 is pretty good. Both teams have a decent level 1, but Maokai really dependent on getting a decent start in the jungle to keep up with Udyr. Udyr really doesn't care how he starts in the jungle. He can start 0 and 1 and he'll do just fine, because that's how Udyr rolls in the woods. And particularly Crumbzz, who's a very practiced Udyr.
Crumbzz has actually been doing pretty good as jungle for Curse today. Mm-hmm. The last game, though, he did get caught a bit, but during the jungle phase, really spectacular play from him, being able to counter jungle properly, knowing when to counter jungle and when to just farm that jungle.
Yeah, and when to be in exactly the right place at the right time. Like, getting those oracles when he did really secured his team the early advantage that they needed. So Maokai doing a standard, we're going to call it the Doom route, which is where you put 2 saplings at your wraiths and you throw a third one on it as you actually as the camp spawns, to get you the really fast clear, and then you come get help doing your blue from your bottom and go back, and that gives Maokai a comparable clear time to Udyr, but Udyr is obviously like much less gimmicky.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so
top lane, it looks like Shen once again with the Doran shield.
Yeah, and that's what he needs.
Yeah. It worked well against ShLaYa. I imagine it'll do well against Renekton. So
yeah, and Renekton going with Boots 3 to press the advantage in lane. He needs the Boots 3 so that Shen isn't able to escape. And Shen needs the Doran shield just to live against Renekton. So Renekton really wants to just bide his time until level 3 when he's going to be able to drop a full combo on Shen, because in the meantime Shen's going to be able to do way, way, way more damage. And Kevin learning that the hard way, getting taken.
Yeah, Shen definitely winning that trade there with just a taunt and his Vorpal Blade.
Yeah. So bottom lane, we're going to want to see CRS get a very hard deny on CandyPanda, because if they don't, Janna Kog'Maw is just simply going to be a better late game combination than Caitlyn Yorick, because Janna's peel is going to be much better for Kog'Maw than Caitlyn's Ghost is going to be for her team, unless Yorick gets to 16, which typically doesn't happen. Supports usually stay underleveled.
Shen going for the early recall, having been pushed his lane all the way up to the turret already, and we'll see how Kevin manages to CS under that turret, only missing one, and misses another creep to the turret. So I think he's going to be falling behind Shen a bit there. But
yeah, and that's to be expected. Shen's level 1 through 4, probably the best, like hands down the best. So really what we need to see from Kevin here is just a good recovery play. He has to time his full fury Qs to really do as much damage as he possibly can against Shen. He's actually choosing to level W, which is pretty unusual, as you get a higher damage return from leveling Q.
You also get more of that sustain.
Yeah, which would be very important in this lane. So I'm interested in seeing how Kevin makes this work. Because, I mean, obviously he's not putting his team's chances on the line without knowing something we don't here.
Right.
And you wouldn't...
He didn't just decide, I think I'm going to go W this game just on a hunch because I feel like it.
He wasn't just like, I don't really play Renekton, but I read a forum post that said he beat Shen, so...
You know, today's Wednesday. Wednesday starts with W. I feel like that's good synergy there, so...
Yeah, let's just do it.
We're going to go for it.
I really sincerely doubt Kevin did or said anything close to what we just did.
Well, you see Maokai just tripping over this ward here back and forth, and Rise isn't having any of it.
Oh, and now they know where Deer is. So, really dangerous spot there, because Maokai was level 4 while Udyr was level 5, and, you know, for those who don't know, that's kill range for Udyr. Like, Udyr, 1 level advantage, you're dead. You will not stand up to him. So really, Maokai tiptoeing around the jungle, exactly what needed to happen. Because if he would have ran into the Udyr, he would have been in a very, very bad spot.
Oh, here he goes. He could get a gank on Nyjacky here if he's not careful, though Nyjacky playing very well. Great play by him to play at a safe range and not falling for that gank, despite not having a ward there.
Yeah, and really what tilted the gank, what tipped the hand of the gank was Ocelote choosing to run straight past the creeps directly at Nyjacky. And as soon as Nyjacky saw that, he was like, no, not having anything to do with it, and just walked away. And that's what a lot of people need to do. Like, usually when you see sporadic behavior like that, you just need to recognize that it's, you know, it's not the player playing in the same circumstances. And that means, you know, they have friends coming. They're not going to just make a dumb decision for no reason, especially not at this level.
You see, actually, one of the things, there's other AP mid players that kind of have certain styles. So Scar is one of the more passive ones. He'll usually play extremely passive in the lane and use a lot of his spells strictly for CSing, whereas Reginald, one of the more, quote, aggressive ones, is really, it's just harder to tell when a gank is coming because he'll always play like that. So that's really where he gets his aggressive reputation from, is that a lot of his ganks come off of just always playing up ahead of the creeps like that, which is pretty tricky and sometimes deceptive.
Yeah, and you know, that is an advantage. That is a definite advantage for Reginald. He's able to take advantage of ganks a lot better. And as a result, his synergy with his jungler is a lot better than someone like Skara, who is, you know, arguably one of the best junglers in the game, or one of the best mids in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But his synergy with his jungler is not as good as Reggie's. And, you know, some people say that the ability for the mid and the jungle to communicate is the single most important part of this game right now. Because in the early game, they dictate the flow of the game. They decide when you invade. They decide what you do, what plays you make.
So looking once again at Kevin, he is still maxing that W. And interesting, I'm not sure exactly yet what he intends to do with that. I think it does get cooldown reduction though every time you level that up.
Yeah, it does. The cooldown goes down by a little bit, and the damage goes up by a little bit, but the scaling goes up as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he could be going for like an early flat AD rush, which would make maxing W first a good idea. But typically what you'll see is a Q max, because Q has the higher flat damage for a long time, actually. I think until you have like 80 bonus AD or something. So I'm really interested in seeing what the plan here is, because the stun duration is the same for the Q, and the stun duration is the same for the W, and the damage is, you know, lower than what the Q would give you. So he could just be trying not to push as hard. That could be a very good reason.
Looks like bottom lane we've got a lot of trading going on, but really most of the damage is going on to Elementz, and he just heals that right back up with his E, choosing to go 3 points in his W, Omen of Pestilence, and then 2 points in Omen of Famine, and that's his healing spell on Yorick. So being able to go out there for the harass with a W on Kog'Maw, get the slow on him, maybe allow Caitlyn to land a couple pokes, and then heal himself back up with his E, and
yeah,
that's just how he chooses to play support Yorick.
One of the advantages to leveling in that fashion is that because Yorick doesn't have any inherent escapes, the way Janna has increased movement speed or Taric has a single target stun, Yorick is going to need to perpetually slow to get out of any ganks that happen. Otherwise, he's fully committed to the fight. So obviously you can't level Q because you're support Yorick. You know, you're not going to be getting.
You're not going to go
auto
in
attack
there and be the hero.
Yeah, you want to just W and run, and that's just smart play. And is the lane working out? Well, it's 80 CS to 90, so it's a lead. Is it a massive lead? Not exactly. Is it enough? Maybe. We have no idea yet.
I don't know if you've seen, but Ocelote actually went for a Negatron cloak first against this Rise.
Yeah, and that's pretty, it's not peculiar, it's just a smart decision. As getting in range of Rise's Q combo as Morgana is enough to really discourage you from trying to trade ever again. So Ocelote likes to play a bit of a more aggressive mid than we've been seeing from Scar and Nyjacky, where they just want to drop the pool and walk away.
Right.
Ocelote wants to go in and trade. So that's typically what that Negatron cloak is going to mean.
Looks like they're walking past some wards here, and they're trying to go for some aggressive action top. Shen.
They're actually, it looks like they're setting up for the second blue spawn, and they have that timer because it's about the same time that theirs is. Meanwhile, CRS walks over the wards, and CRS sees them walking over the wards, tries to rush down the dragon.
And they should be able to get this. Kog'Maw poking them out. Rise throwing some Qs in there, and Udyr getting kind of low. Gets caught by Ocelote's ulti, though. Shen choosing not to ultimate there. First blood for Dragon. Definitely trade in favor of Curse still.
Yeah, I would definitely give that one to Curse, despite losing first blood, and really giving first blood to the worst person on the enemy team that could possibly have it. But they are going to lose this blue in response to Udyr dying, and that's a big deal, because if Udyr didn't die right there, they would be able to secure this blue for Rise. And Rise really needs this blue right now. Rise isn't a blue-dependent character in like 5 minutes, but right now Rise really needs it to get charged up, to hit that power level.
And you know, I think if Crumbzz would have just ran towards the back wall of Dragon and flashed over it, he would have been fine, but I think he didn't expect the Morgana to flash ult in there And that really turned around the fight in favor of SK.
Yeah, and I mean, that really is something that's hard to predict when you see them walking through defensive wards and, you think they're across the map. You don't always accurately estimate how long it takes them to walk down there. And just a little bit of a miscalculation can lead to you not taking the safest way out and just gives you a death. And, in hindsight, it's easy to say, okay, I should have flashed that wall.
Right.
But in the moment, it's very difficult to analyze the full situation. So right now, bottom lane actually manages to pull 20 CS ahead, which is really good. Top lane, Renekton is actually winning by about 15, which really, I mean, I'm very, very impressed with that. As when we were watching up there earlier, Kevin was actually like losing to the Shen in exchanges, and I was wondering how long that was going to last, but it looks like
right.
I mean, he might still be losing to Shen in exchanges, but he's farming better, which is more important.
Oh, there's definitely no wards here. Seeing Ocelote move up from mid and actually misses the binding, but Renekton goes in for the stun there. Will they dive the turret? No. They decide to back off after missing that binding, so nice choice by Ocelote.
And the way that binding was thrown, Ocelote was really playing for there to be a ward in the river and anticipating Shen to start running immediately, and he didn't. So Ocelote looked really bad, but it really was playing for the dodge, which is what players will do as they get better. And that's really just something we can look forward to seeing from someone like Ocelote, who is as practiced in mid as he is.
Actually, I think Kevin now might be losing in trades again due to this chain vest. He seems to be a bit lower health. Might be able to heal back from these creeps with his Q. He is leveling that second after his W, whereas usually I see Renektons choose to level Q and then E and max W last. So this is kind of an opposite skill order that we're seeing.
Yeah, and that really is like, it's the highest damage build for Renekton when you're leveling his skills. You want to get the highest base damage to control your lane. But in this case, it looks like Kevin isn't going for push, or like he's trying, because the only reason that he wouldn't level Q is because he doesn't want to push the wave. But I mean, I really just don't understand the play, because he is pushing the wave as hard as he can, leveling W. So it might be a controlled push to give him time to blue pill, and that would be the only thing that actually makes sense to me.
Now, I think the second dragon should be respawning soon. Actually, they're going to go for a gank here on Nyjacky. Immediately flashes away towards his turret. Don't think they could have killed him if that binding missed. But safe play from Nyjacky, although they are doing tons of damage to this turret. There's a Rune Prison onto Janna. Maokai now joining the fight. Bottom lane from Curse now joining as well. And it's going to be a 3v4 here in mid. Udyr has recalled. And Shen as well choosing to recall at the same time. We see no item pickup from Shen.
Yeah, and Nyjacky's flash probably came from a lack of wards and a lack of vision. So if Janna would have hit him with the slow, and there was, say, Maokai nearby to follow that up with a root, he would have been totally screwed.
Right.
But with that early flash, he was able to avoid any potential mishaps, even though we, as third-person observers, know that that wasn't about to happen to him.
So Elementz finally setting down a pink ward, getting some counter warding in there, and Crumbzz doing his usual early Oracle sweep, looking for wards.
Yeah, and we have seen Crumbzz on the early oracles quite a bit, and this is really just a very safe, middle-of-the-road Udyr build. You go double gold per 5 and oracles, and you're not really looking for any early fights. And that's, I mean, it is just really safe. It kind of, you lose the Udyr amazing early game, but you have a very safe transition into mid and late game, which is something that Udyr typically lacks, because if you go for like a wit's end rush and you end up losing a couple fights, you're
Right.
very far behind.
And this second dragon rather has spawned, and it looks like they're gonna just give it to SK and trade for this mid turret. SK gonna circle back around. There's a tornado from Janna, and they're continuing to damage this turret. Will it go down? Morgana flashing in though with the ult. Curse Cop flashing over the race as well. Nyjacky though is gonna get stunned and go down. Now CandyPanda going on to Elementz. Surely he has to run away. I don't think he can survive that. Cop now able to recall, and Shen pushing top, having used his ult, deciding that engagement was not in their favor, trading tower for dragon, but losing 2 champions in the process, as well as mid turret.
Yeah, and the big play there was SK focusing on Ryze during that gank. And the reason that was big was because they knew Ryze had no flash. And Ryze right now is still pretty squishy. He hasn't hit that point in the game where he's a huge monster and completely unable to be focused down. Right. So SK made a very smart choice, and instead of chasing down a bunch of individual members or flashing over the wall to chase the guy who flashed, they chose to go for the definite kill. And that was really smart, and a play that I 100% endorse, and I think everyone should look to when they're trying to emulate. Because it really is the kind of play that it's the kind of mistake that people make in solo queue all the time, that SK is showing you exactly how not to do it.
Yeah, if you can get that sure kill and then take objectives off of it, definitely go for that instead of trying to chase too many people at once. And actually, Shen here gonna get a taunt on Maokai. Will they engage on that? Flashing in, Nyjacky with the Rune Prison gets caught with the binding. Maokai ult goes down. Janna as well. Kevin now in the front of the battle, 5v1, and they're gonna have to run away.
He's looking to go back in.
Yeah, taking a bit of poke from Kog'Maw.
Yeah,
Looks
and
like they're gonna disengage that fight there.
Caitlyn's poke really, really good, able to ward them out of the fight completely. And this goes back to the problem we were talking about a bit earlier, which is that SK really doesn't have any form of initiation. They need the Morgana binding to land. That's it. That's really all they have. Like, Maokai can go in there with W, but Maokai's not tanky enough for that yet, as he'll go in there and he'll just get burst down. And that wasn't even the entire curse damage output. That was just 2 or 3 people catching Maokai out here by himself.
He almost very nearly lost that Oracles too.
Yeah, and that would have been a huge hit to Maokai. As right now I believe Maokai's even in gold with Udyr. Yeah, so they're actually within 60 gold of each other. So if one of them were to lose their Oracle, it would be a significant advantage to the other junglers. They would then be, out nearly. They'd be out 400 gold, no matter what. So, and they might not even choose to refresh the Oracle, which would be even worse than being out 400 gold. Because when you present a player with the decision of, do I spend 400 gold again, and they choose to make the wrong one, that's even better for your team than them being out 400 gold, because they need that vision to stay in this game.
Looks like Fote is going to continue the split push, in SK deciding to go on the offensive. Then, of course, a Baron, it looks like. CandyPanda going straight for that.
And Curse actually has no vision of this, so they really just need game sense to tell them, yeah, they're going for Baron right now.
Yeah, and Shen's definitely got an ult in there, or that will be a Baron for SK.
They're just not discovering it.
Right, there's the Shen ult onto Cop, and Janna ults him all the way. Shen gonna taunt in, Morgana ulting now. Nyjacky falling dangerously low, although Yorick ult goes off on Nyjacky. Elementz taken out now. Curse Cop getting chased by Renekton. And Janna gets dangerously low, finished off by Cop. CandyPanda as well getting low. Udyr, can he do it? He does take out CandyPanda, although he dies in the process. And Kathy in surprise gonna take out Fote. And that's an
SK
ace.
just really smart to force that fight, as they knew exactly what their power was. They knew exactly how much stronger than Curse they actually were. And that has a lot to do with the gold per 5 build from Udyr, as it does compromise his early game strength.
And Renekton's early game is incredibly good. If you were watching Renekton during that fight, which I really hope you guys were, he was able to single-handedly bully about 3 people from that fight and force them to either focus him, flee, or die. And when you present them with those 3 options, that's exactly what you want from a mid-game powerhouse like Renekton.
And like you said, with the double gold per 10 build on Udyr, all he could really manage was to finally close the gap onto Kog'Maw before finally dying. And he did manage to take Kog'Maw with him, but just not the same effect as early game with Renekton on Udyr. Perhaps if he had taken more aggressive early game items, like Wit's End, then he could have had a similar effect. But right now, just no match for Kevin's Renekton.
No, it's just really hard to anti-carry with gold per 5s because gold per 5s they're not as cost effective as a real item is. So
right.
You pay a lot for them. You pay a lot for that insured gold gain, which gets you into the game no matter what all the time. And they actually choose to give Kog'Maw the blue here, and that's really a smart decision, as AD Kog'Maw loves blue buff. His ultimate really is incredible, no matter how he's built. But I really like seeing blue buff distributed to people who aren't just the typical AP carry, because blue buff has a lot of potential as just a general buff. Now, one thing I do want to mention is, do you think Udyr is too far behind to have a real impact now? Because he's basically going to be just a walking meat shield with oracles.
Right, he went Aegis and another oracles, going like the full support type of jungler, really.
Yeah.
No Wit's End there, so lacking a lot of damage output. And he's going to rely, bless you, on Ryze and Caitlyn for the damage output here. And actually, SK going to pick up a dragon to increase their lead to about 5k gold now. So I think you're right. I think Udyr, they're not even going to have to worry about cutting him too much, because really he poses very little
threat. He can't kill Kog'Maw with that inventory. That's not realistic. The most he could do with an inventory like that is transition to like Randuin's Frozen Heart, and in which, in that case, the only reason Kog'Maw would even have to kill Udyr is because it would hurt his damage output on other targets not to, because of the attack speed slows from...
Oh, here's the binding on Foat, and they're going to go right in on this. Morgana ult going in. Maokai as well, Twist fans. Shannon Ride immediately taken out. Ocelote just barely survived, but then was taken out finally. Nyjacky's goes from Yorick ulti, and Curse Crumbzz now going to be taken out. Curse Cop still alive. CandyPanda putting out the damage onto Yorick. Can he land the ult? Doesn't matter. Picks him off with his W, and they're going to go right onto Baron from this.
And that is going to be 100% free. Kevin hitting all the right targets. Morgana ulting, 5 people and stunning 4 of them? That really is the best you could possibly hope for regarding Morgana ultimates, as that was insane. Just the amount of impact that her presence had in that fight is disgusting, and that's the reason she's banned as much as she is, just because of how good she is, how good that one ability is, where they're either forced to take a massive amount of damage from an obnoxiously farmed AP carry and get stunned, or scatter. And in this case, they weren't even presented with the opportunity to scatter because they fought in a choke.
So they kind of really got caught there, and they were forced to go check that Baron because SK just cleared all their wards. And having to face check like that is a huge disadvantage, and it really showed in that team fight.
And that really has a lot to do with Maokai's oracles from like minute 7, which is insanely early, but it gives his team a ton of map dominance, and they're using that dominance right here to just pressure every major objective. And that includes like the reds, the blues, the dragons, the towers. SK really all over Curse, and never really giving them a chance to maneuver here and try and get into a position to make a play, to be the people driving the game. So, what do you think Curse actually has to do here right now, aside from...
They have to catch, I think, one of the carries from SK out of position, but that's going to be tough to do. It looks like they tried to go for the taunt on Ocelote, but just the black shield was able to negate that completely.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, as if they were able to catch Morgana while Kog'Maw and Renekton weren't there, that would have been an incredible fight for Curse, and actually exactly what we needed from them to get them into this game.
You know, I'm disappointed to see that Ryze really also doesn't have much of an impact. This game kind of just gets overpowered by
he's getting focused and
just jumped on and blown up immediately.
It really is just very hard.
Elementz takes a ton of damage from CandyPanda, and now Fote as well. They're getting poked off of this turret by SK with Baron buff too, and that's going to be rough to recover from. They do have to go heal. Looks like another creep wave is here. Kevin's going to tank a couple turret hits. Crumbzz takes a binding, and there's some more auto attacks onto the turret. Heavy damage now from CandyPanda with that Wriggles Lantern, Phantom Dancer, BF Sword, and Pickaxe on the Kog'Maw. Curse lost that mid tower. Inhibitor is open, and they're going to transition right to top here and continue to just pressure every lane against Curse.
Mm-hmm. And this is just a really strong showing from SK here to never give an inch to Curse. They haven't had a blue buff in the last 15 minutes. They haven't had a red in the last 10. So just completely denying Curse all of the important resources that would allow them to stay in this game. And that's what you do when you take a lead, guys. When you have a small lead, you turn it into a bigger one by contesting small objectives, and just small objective after small objective adds up to winning the game, as SK is showing us right here, because that's all they really did. All they did was take a couple buffs. And from there, they were able to win a couple fights. They were able to take an Oracle's off an Udyr. They were able to take a Baron off of it. Just really, really smart play.
So it looks like they're going to be able to pressure this. Fote takes another binding. However, Kevin kind of takes a ton of damage under the turret there. Udyr Bear Stun keeps him there a bit too long. CandyPanda now taking some damage from Ryze, and Genja forced to ult to try and save him. Hope they don't get engaged on. Maokai still has his... Actually, ShLaYa's on cooldown. Yeah, there's a binding again from Ocelote. CandyPanda trying to throw out some more pokes. And it looks like they're going to back off of that push. For now, the turret's still only at 100 health.
Yeah, and I'm going to be really surprised if SK is not camping the Baron as it respawns, because that is what they've been, like, they have been on top of every objective all game long, and if they let Baron go as the only objective that they didn't time and camp properly, I'm going to be very disappointed, because SK has been showing us a fantastic textbook game of how you're supposed to play with a lead. And Maokai actually, I believe, just used Smite on the Big Wolf, so we're not going to be seeing Baron anytime soon. But they could just go, they will just be going to secure this dragon, I would assume.
Right, I think the Baron did just expire while they were pushing that top Nexus turret, so maybe about a minute and a half, 1 minute left.
Oh, and Kevin is changing my world with this Renekton build. W first, wow. Infinity Edge. That is pretty crazy for a Renekton build, guys. I don't know how many of you play or see Renekton played, but this is the first time I've ever seen this, and I play a lot of Renekton.
Oh no, Udyr gonna go in bear stance on Kevin though. Kevin turning it right around, dives in for Ryze, but gets exhausted and Rune Prison, and Genja ult goes out to heal him now. Maokai ult going down, Ocelote ulting as well, gets the stun off on Crumbzz. Nyjacky bursted down by CandyPanda, and it looks like Fote gonna taunt in on the Kog'Maw. Kevin going in again, but barely survives that ignite. And meanwhile,
that is CandyPanda
by the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, CandyPanda completely out of control, doing exactly what Curse did to TSM in Game 1. Kog'Maw just unable to close the gap on Kog'Maw because his tank line is so impressive. And just wow from SK is all I can say.
SK 3-0. Curse drops to 1-2.
Yeah, and that sucks for Curse because I really love to see them play, and I really hope that they advance from this.
I had high hopes for them the first game. And let's look at the results of the TSM game.
Oh, I believe TSM lost.
TSM lost.
Yeah.
So it looks like SK 4-0, 3-0 rather, and 5-3-0. So they're both pretty much through. Then we've got 0-3
EHOME.
EHOME.
Yeah.
Then 3 teams at 1-2.
Yeah.
We've got
and
TSM, Curse, and SYPHER 1-2.
Those 3 teams are going to be fighting to get out of this group as the other 2 teams are confirmed for out. So we might see a strange 3-way tie, in which case the tiebreaker is going to go to whichever teams had the longest matches. But I really hope we don't see that, because that really does feel like a terrible way. Like, it's just very
Champion select now.
I believe that we're still muted, though. Maybe not. Might not be now.
Both, you're unmuted. Go ahead. Talk about stuff. Be interesting.
So, yep, we are into our picks and bans. For those of you who are just joining us, this is SYPHER versus Curse. For those of you guys who have been with us for a little while, you'll notice that there's been a caster change. Faro is now our cameraman, also our instant replay guy, and we'll be tossing him some instant replays if we need to see who got a dragon or whatnot. And I'm joined by Rambo still, so he's going to be my co-caster.
Hey, I'm still here. So we see again jungler bans. Dr. Mundo, a popular ban against Curse today. They decided to ban Maokai Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, another commonly banned champion, and Maokai, just one of those control junglers.
Mm-hmm.
So far, though, Curse 0-2 with Shen. And SYPHER decides to ban Shen. Really don't have any intention of trying to play against that in top lane. And then another similar jungler to Mundo banned for Crumbzz, Shyvana. Actually, Pfode actually plays Shyvana top.
Shyvana top. Did very well with her.
And then the last ban for Curse being Karthus. It's one of those mid AP champions, really hard scaling late, and just a huge threat to deal with in the team fight.
It's been really interesting to see the different comps that the teams have been running this game. It seems like every team has had a really specific strategy. So you had, Curse before was doing kind of the protect the Kog'Maw strategy, and I wonder if they're going to go for that same kind of composition here. But looks like SYPHER has that idea as well.
Can't quite
so they
do
picked
that
them
when
Kog'Maw
SYPHER
first.
takes Kog'Maw. Absolutely, and we'll see what Nyjacky does. His rise, unfortunately, not turning out so well last game, and he goes for the Morgana pick, and Crumbzz able to pick up Aurelia for their second pick as well. So instantly, solos come out, and those solos really hard to counter. Morgana, she's just going to farm safely. There's no way to stop it. She's got the Black Shield to prevent ganks. She's got a good CC as well. And Aurelia top, she can be played very adaptably to her lane, whether it's AD, melee, ranged, or AP, harass type of champions. She's also going to be able to farm pretty safely and has a good time top.
It's interesting to see the whole, basically whatever team gets Kog'Maw, the other team gets Aurelia, because she's just the best champion to get in there, to get past the tank wall, and to kill Kog'Maw. So
yeah, and those anti-carries really proving to be a big factor in team fights the past couple of games. And you know what I miss seeing is Nautilus jungle. We saw a lot of Nautilus jungle yesterday, and I know Faro was excited to see Crumbzz jungle Nautilus, but Still not seeing any of
We
that
haven't
yet.
seen him yet. Yeah.
Nunu,
Of course, they
Janna.
have banned out his Mundo, which is we've been seeing him play a lot of Mundo this tournament, so I'll be
What do you
interested to
think
see
about
this.
the Janna Nunu both being supports, but do you think Cypher will jungle Nunu? Not really commonly seen in North America.
They could
possible.
jungle Nunu. They could also go for an AP Janna, which we've. I have a good friend of mine who actually plays AP Janna very, very well mid, and a lot of people don't necessarily know how to play against it, so she can get pretty strong. So, I mean, it could go really either way.
And for bot lane, we talked about this earlier, against the Kog'Maw, you want to take advantage of his weak early laning phase and kind of go full-on aggressive. We saw that M5 decided to go Urgot Taric. Now, in the laning phase, it didn't go that great as far as killing Kog'Maw, and Cop was able to play safely enough, but they did beat him out late game, which is pretty crazy, beating out late game Kog'Maw with Urgot. But we see Curse decides to go for Tristana Alistair, and that is heavy, heavy early game damage. You've got Tristana rocket jumping in, you've got double ignites on 0 sustain lane from the supports, aside from summoner heal. And actually, Alistair probably won't go ignite. That's probably
yeah, they'll probably swap.
Yeah, but anyway,
either way,
you've got the headbutt pulverize from Alistair. You've got the healing reduction from Tristana, whether she takes ignite or not, and that's just going to be a force to be reckoned with early on. And we see Cypher took a Nivea Riven.
They are going to go for a jungle Nunu then.
Oh, thank you.
There it is, Nautilus. Oh no, I bet Faro is going to be so sad that he can't cast the Nautilus jungle. He's been looking forward to it all night.
There's no way it is a support Nautilus. Yeah, it's a support
They'll swap it up. Yeah.
And yeah, Crumbzz jungling Nautilus. Faro was so excited for this. Unfortunately, he's not going to get to cast unless we throw it to him. And then, as for the solos for Cypher, a Nivea Riven against Morgana Aurelia. I like Riven as a pick against Aurelia because she's got a very strong potential, especially against melees with her mobility, her just raw power with the shield, and her passive. Every time you use a spell, she's able to do a lot more damage and trade those auto attacks with you. So good pick against Aurelia. I'm sure Aurelia can play passive enough and still farm enough to be scaling into late game, because she scales very hard into late game. So does Riven, but I think Aurelia might just be the better anti-carry. As far as the mid picks, Anivia and Morgana, of course, going to be able to farm safely. And Anivia, though, early game, she may have trouble with Morgana pushing to the turret, but once she hits 6, should be okay. And it's really going to come down to blue control. As we saw last game, the SK didn't really let Curse get any blues on that Morgana. The Udyr got his first blue, but, after that, they sacrificed Dragon for ward control on the blue, were able to kill Udyr, and then when it respawned, took their blue right away, and from then on, no blues went to Rise there for Curse.
I kind of agree with you with the idea that Aurelia is going to be kind of the better anti-carry, though of course we haven't seen Pfote play Aurelia yet. I'm pretty excited to see how he plays. Of course, for those of you who may just be joining us for unaware of the situations, Pfote's kind of, he's not a regular member of Curse. So he is actually subbing for SYDTKO, who wasn't able to make it out there. And Curse is now playing with, someone they've never played with before. And he's done pretty well. I mean, I got to, kind of give credit to the guy. He's done, he's picked up this new team. And he definitely hasn't been the reason that they lost the last 2 games. That's for sure. And, he's really held his own.
To perform at this level on such short notice. I know they just picked him up maybe like an hour before the tournament started, and he was like, okay, I'll play, let's do it.
Yeah, I'll play.
beat TSM in the first round and performed solid top lane so far.
So one thing we should talk about here is we're seeing Curse has a really sick invade team. Their level 1 team fight is really good.
They've got anchor pulls from Nautilus, they've got Bind on Morgana, and they've got the Alistar.
And then they've got Tristana as well, like just to add insult to injury. And so they've got a really good invade team, and they basically can do whatever they dang well please, which is exactly what they did. They decided to go ahead and just invade this blue, and Nunu's going to go for the Wraith start here instead, and they're just going to take this blue.
SYPHER does have that CV, and they acknowledge that they're invading that blue, and it looks like Curse might choose to leave it, and Nautilus could go for a start in the red jungle.
Well, they did lose Alistar, who's a big reason why invade is so good, but Alistar backed and went ahead and got bottom so that he can help out Curse. So, or not Curse, but Cop. So, you know, they decided to just back out of that, knowing that they knew there were only 3 of them there, and that, you know, they weren't sure where SYPHER was, so they didn't want to hang around if SYPHER had gathered all 5 to come in to push them off of blue.
And I like that Cop went Doran's Blade for the full aggression bottom, but at the same time, Kog'Maw countered it with a Cloth 5, and actually we're going to see Nunu and Alistar run into each other here. Red buff Nunu throws a snowball onto Elementz. He has to flash Pulverize, stuns the Janna, but will he go down to Kog'Maw here? Heal goes out from Elementz. They're going to flash in, and they're going to immediately take the kill. Early gank from Nunu, proving to be amazing slow in CC there, not missing a beat. And Elementz was just unable to ward fast enough. You saw him ward immediately at level 1, but the Nunu gank just came out too quickly.
Well, and Curse was kind of under the impression that they were going to be towards blue buff. So I don't think that they were expecting Nunu to be in the lower jungle. You saw them back off of blue buff because they were worried that the whole team was positioning to, you know, get them off of it. So I think that they thought that Nunu was starting in that blue buff.
Janna actually has that early oracle. She saw there was a wood there, chose not to go for it with the threat of Nautilus approaching. Anivia's going to pick up this blue, and that's going to do wonders for her. In this lane, going to be able to push back against this Morgana, who also is about to pick up her blue. And we could start seeing more aggression from them, maybe roaming bottom, which seems to be where most of the action is concentrating.
Sorry, Nautilus actually accidentally got that last tick on blue, so he actually picked it up, and that's really going to hurt Morgana in lane. She's not going to have the blue buff to try to defend herself against Anivia's blue buff, and with Anivia pushing as she does, it's going to be hard for her to really counter that. So Nyjacky going to be in a little bit of trouble here, but actually went in with her ultimate and was stunned immediately out of it. So not very good day, not a good day there for Nyjacky.
Actually, she was actually just stopping up the creep wave and dropping the pool there to kind of counteract the pushing. I don't think she actually used her ultimate. Yeah, it's not on cooldown right now, so she had to make a bit of a compromise there.
I thought that I'd seen the ultimate come out, and it actually, it possibly just canceled right out, because I actually did see it start going on cooldown and then stopped. So I thought it for 100% looked like it was on cooldown, but yep, you're right, it's not now.
So it looks like Janna knows there's no wards bottom, so Nunu is free to take that avenue up the lane through the brush. Curse Crumbzz also coming down through the river though, and they could bait this out with the Nunu ult. That's exactly what we're going to see right now. There's the depth charge on Kog'Maw, but the Nunu ult chunking Curse Cop Janet ults him into the wall, and Elementz now ulting and backing away. Tristana goes straight down, and really another crafty gank from this Nunu. How many tricks is he going to have up his sleeve? He's got the pre-level, or pre-3-minute gank, level 2 with red buff. He's got the camping, walking around the wards in that brush, and then he had to pull out sneaking up the lane and just channeling his ult for the counter gank. So really well done by Nunu.
Crumbzz here could be in some trouble. Speaking of Nunu, getting a lot of CC on him. Crumbzz unfortunately misses his hook to the tower, is forced to flash to safety instead. And like you were saying, this Nunu is pulling out all the stops with these ganks, really being crafty, coming up with some good ideas in order to surprise them. I mean, that ult there in the brush was able to hit all of them. Oh, great bind there by Nyjacky as he tries to kind of poke them off of this dragon. He's going to go in with Black Shield and ult them all in the Dragon Pit. His Black Shield absorbs that stun, so he is able to pick up the Nunu, and this fight quickly turning in Curse's favor as they kill the Kog'Maw. And Riven forced to flash out, but not enough, and Tristana does pick up that kill, so that was great play there by Curse, exactly what they kind of needed to turn this game a little bit more into their favor as they had been falling behind just a bit. And meanwhile, top, Pifot doing a great job pushing this, really punishing them for letting Riven go down to Dragon. He should be able to pick up this tower pretty much for free right there. Gonna get the first tower of the game, and congratulations to Aurelia.
Yeah, and that's gonna swing the gold back in their favor. They did dip down below SYPHER's gold count once they picked up that dragon, but they like counters with the tower push, and that was a 4v5 in SYPHER's favor, but able to pull that out, and good trading by both teams. Kog'Maw's gonna pick up his red now, has his Wriggles, has his Zeal. Maybe his blue did run out, but she has a tier Catalyst build, so she's got plenty of mana.
She's going to have a lot of sustain there in the lane. She's just going to be able to sit there and farm kind of all day, which is, you know, kind of what her goal is, especially against this Morgana lane.
But now Aurelia's going to pick up her red, and she's got a Phage working on that Wit's End, and I wonder if she'll be able to pressure Riven more with those kinds of items. I know Riven is sitting on about 1,700 gold, so enough for a BF sword. Could see a Bloodthirster from her. Generally the typical Riven build there. And it looks like Aurelia's going to go down, try to make an aggressive play. Checks for the blue. Is not up yet, but they do reset the icon. Crumbzz coming around, gets spotted by wards. Surely he knows it's warded. Nyjacky, of course, being very skeptical of being able to
just
catch anyone.
Swing in there, yeah.
I mean, in the tournament of this level, that area is going to be warded. As you can see, 3 wards from Curse around the blue buff. And here they go, all of them converging on it. Anivia, Nunu, and Riven. Will they respond in time? I don't think.
They're definitely not set up to respond to this, and this is going to be
actually, here's a good wall from Anivia, but Black Shield does block most of the damage from that combo. And Kog'Maw able to pick up that bottom turret. Good job pushing by Lyumi. And I wonder, you know, the big problem with Tristana is she can't freeze her lane with explosive shots. So picking up that turret, really no detriment to SYPHER at all.
You know, one thing I was going to point out, you talk about freezing the lane. When we talk about freezing the lane, it's when you stop the creeps from hitting the tower here bottom. So as they're pushing, you're going to just last hit, and then as they get close enough to the tower, instead of allowing them into tower range, you actually tank their damage, stopping them out in front of this turret so that the lane doesn't reset itself. Well, what Pifot did here is he, knowing that Riven was doing that, as she'd been doing for a few moments before, he went in with the help from Crumbzz there warding in this jungle here, went in and pushed that lane so that Riven couldn't stop it anymore. He pushed it all the way into the tower, and then he went ahead and backed off, and now as you see, now the lane is resetting back into his favor, and he's able to farm a little bit more, and Riven is not able to farm safely, and she's going to have to go on to other areas. So, good play there by Fote, and that's just a little bit of a strategy that some people might not have picked up on.
Yeah, and here we see them, Kog'Maw once again pushing that bottom lane, knowing that Tristana cannot just safely farm under her turret forever. And it looks like they don't have any blues for Cypher's team. Curse really has control of all the blues on the map, Aurelia having one, Morgana having the other, and they could go for a mid push here on this tower with 3-4 champions there. Might see a 4v4.
Cypher is there to respond, so gonna have to be a little bit careful here with Curse. They don't want to get into the situation where they're diving the turret. The game is too equal, I guess, to sacrifice trying to dive the turret. In fact, gold is in favor of Cypher at this point.
Well, gold is about dead even, 23k for both teams. Just a slight edge to Cypher, and it looks like Elementz here is going to be clearing out some wards with an Oracle's good sweep, and 17 minutes might be a bit too early to try Baroning, especially when the other team has equal gold. And Nyph actually finished her Rod of Ages, so that's a good, about the standard time you finish it. It's about 17 minutes. Still doesn't have any stacks on it from gaining stacks over time.
I'm interested to see if Nyjacky goes for the standard build he's been going for so far with Morgana, or if he changes it up a little bit. Of course, he doesn't have, they're not playing the protect the Kog'Maw game. It's more, they've got Tristana, but I'm interested to see if he goes for like the Death Cap rush, or if he just goes straight for his Zhonya's rush, if we've seen before. If you do notice, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say he's picked up the Sork boots this time, which makes me think that he might go for a more aggressive play, because in all the other games that we've seen him play Morgana, he picked up Merc Treads, kind of going very defensive play. And with picking up the Sork boots there, it kind of suggests he's going for a more aggressive game. So
he also has been rushing Hourglass, and then after that picking up a Rod of Ages, which is an odd time to pick up Rod of Ages, because you usually want to pick it up first or not at all to give it time to kind of stack up there like Morgana has done. She only has that tier, and that's not really that much of a gold setback when you just buy a tier of the Goddess for about 1,000 gold. She did rush out that Rod of Ages before 17 minutes, and could see a depth charge here.
Depth charge onto the Janna. They are going to try to engage this fight. Nautilus going in a little bit far, and Cop, unfortunately hitting a stun, is not able to jump in and or really get into that fight. He was kind of just zoned out of it. In fact, most of Curse was zoned out of that fight, and Crumbzz thankfully wasn't in too much trouble, because the whole team's just kind of split each other up there. Now you're going to see some zoning here done by Jacky. If they all run up, he's just going to ult all of them as they come in. There's his shield. He's chasing them off. Gonna be a little bit of trouble here while that shield is down, and they don't want to engage on the team while the shield is down. So they're gonna wait for the cooldown of the shield to come back before they go try to engage again. Dodging the Anivia stuns there. And this is really just a play here for the Dragon, and it's going to come down to someone being out of position or caught. Unfortunately, Nyjacky's Vine does not hit anybody. Neither does Nautilus's hook. And everyone's just kind of going back and forth, back and forth. Can they catch someone out of position here? This is the dance, the standoff. Curse is going to want to try on this Dragon. Nyjacky, great bind there on the Janna, but unfortunately they can't utilize it because of the stun from Anivia. So, but it looks like Curse has kind of pushed them out of position a little bit. They are going to try to go for this Dragon. They've done, oh, great hook there by Nautilus. Anivia forced to flash out, but a wall cuts Curse off from capitalizing on that out of position catch. So now they're going to reset again, go back into Dragon. Stun from Anivia over the wall. Kog'Maw poke. They're going to try to pull Dragon out so that they can't continue to poke over that wall. Can they burst it down fast enough? I believe that they can. And yep, Cypher has just decided to go ahead and back off of it and let Curse claim it. So, really fun play there. I like seeing that dance around Dragon, who's going to go for it first. And in the end, Curse ended up getting just a little bit too much poke off on Cypher, and Cypher just didn't feel confident engaging in a team fight.
Yeah, that was about a 2-minute Dragon fight, and really, with their anchors and bindings, they landed well, but it's really hard to engage on a team with Janna and Anivia, so Cypher has a lot of disengage to be able to deal with that kind of hard CC.
And Jacky finally picked up his blue buff. He does have that one now, and I think he may have had one earlier, but I believe that there was the one that was taken by Nautilus. But happy now to have blue buff on Nyjacky, and he's just going to kind of push down these waves and prevent Anivia from pushing onto his tower.
Gold is dead even right now, and that's not something you usually see. Usually someone has some sort of advantage by the 20-minute mark, and with Nunu's great ganks, I wonder how they haven't really climbed and had some sort of gap between them in gold. But I guess that dragon...
The first dragon fight kind of caught Curse back up, really. And and then that winning that second dragon as well, even though they didn't get any kills off of it, it did do a lot to help them kind of stay even, in spite of the fact that, you know, you saw those fantastic Nunu ults. Or Nunu ganks, rather. Oh, and Kog'Maw getting caught out of position, but it's actually Nunu who tanks the bind there from Morgana.
We see Tristan's going to go back to farm here, and she really can't do that much until she picks up her Infinity Edge, maybe a Zeal, and then she can start actively playing the carry role in these fights.
Yeah, you see her
meanwhile,
still... Go ahead.
Most of the damage is going to be coming from Morgana and Aurelia for the moment. And we see actually Crumbzz once again going for the double gold for 5 and the Aegis of the Legion build. So not going to be too much damage coming out from him either.
Yeah, going basically kind of full support, the gold for 5, and then, and I would like to point out, Nyjacky did decide to go for the Rabadons first, which has been different. So I was right in the idea that he has decided to go a little bit more aggressive. Great bind there, landed on Anivia. Aurelia ults, but not going to get anything out of it, and that huge black shield going down there on Nautilus.
So it looks like, once again, they're doing this kind of poke game, neither team really wanting to engage on the other one. They are, though, trying their darndest to get some pickoffs with the CC that they have, maybe a wall and a Anivia stun or a binding and a Nautilus hook. But still, some good dredge lines have landed, but it's really difficult to capitalize on it at the moment. And it looks like a lot of the wards have expired because of their dancing around certain objectives like Dragon and mid-turret. You see Janna going back to ward that, and really they want to be able to maintain vision of this Baron area before the game gets too late, or else the other team could be able to sneak that Baron. See Cop poking a bit to that turret in mid, and a few more pokes like that, and I might see a mid-turret.
And that's going to kind of be their goal. Right now, they're just kind of waiting. Neither team really wants to engage in a fight. It's so dead even that a fight could go really either way. And neither team wants it to go badly for them. So they're all waiting for a moment where it swings slightly in their favor. Meaning someone's caught out of position, they end up catching a carry, any one of those, you know, kind of situations. And so for now, really, Curse is just trying to poke at this tower. They don't want a tower dive at all, because that'll be a slight difference that would, you know, make SYPHER win a fight, and they don't want to allow that. So they're just waiting for creep waves, trying to get a couple pokes on the tower here and there from Cop, and, you know, just trying to slowly whittle it down until either SYPHER has to go back to defend other lane towers. As you can see, Aurelia's headed top to put pressure, and you're actually going to see Cop head bottom to put pressure. They're going to try to pull them off of this mid-turret. And Riven forced to kind of respond top. And it actually looks like Curse has just gone ahead and pulled off of this completely, which allows a 4v1 here on Nyjacky. If the stun hits, there it hits! She's forced to flash away, but Kog'Maw flash to follow does pick up that kill on Nyjacky. Really unfortunate there. Just in a situation where a team had left to pressure lanes, and SYPHER took full advantage of that 4v1 and was able to break that black shield and land that stun. So well played there by Anivia. Now SYPHER taking advantage of the fact that Morgana, who's their main output of damage at the moment until Tristana gets farmed up, is out of the way here. They're going to try to get this Baron. And I think it's going to be really dangerous. You've got Cop coming in to respond. There's the initiate from Alistar. Cop is not quite there yet, but they're just in time to get some damage out here onto Janna. There's the hop and the kill. Now the chain hop onto the Kog'Maw, can't hop again, it flashes out, hops back in to try to avoid this damage, but they do pick up Cop, and now Aurelia, can she get away? Is that stun land? There's the flash coming out, trying to catch her, and the slow, there's the shard! They do pick that up. That is a 4-for-2 exchange on to Cypher, and that was a, you know, good job poking them off of Baron. Pretty rough fight there for Curse, but they did take 2 out in that 4v5, so can't complain.
And that pickoff.
Oh no!
Exactly what they were waiting for.
Nunu got caught there,
Nunu's
but
gonna
missed the
get
bind.
away.
Yeah, she missed.
He'll be fine.
Jackie missed the bind there, but it happens.
And with Morgana dead, a lot of their damage was actually eliminated, which allowed Cypher to go for the Baron attempt with Tristana bottom as well. She never really made it to the fight until
it was just a little bit too late.
A little bit too late, exactly. And Cypher was able to trade 2 for 4 and to come out on top of that one because of the pickoff on Morgana. That's really what both teams have been waiting for this entire time. That's what the back and forths were for. And Curse decided to split up while Cypher kind of stayed group and were able to just catch Nyjacky a little bit out of position without teammates there.
You know, it was actually a pretty good fight there for Tristana. She was able to pick up a double kill, making her score now 5-3, which is just going to help them out late game, getting that Tristana as farmed as they possibly can. Now, having Jackie in that fight would have completely turned it around. So, I mean, Curse not out of this game yet at all. The gold is still very close. I mean, less than 2K gold difference there, and at 30 minutes into the game, that is just very, very narrow margins.
Yeah, only a 1K difference so far, but more plays like that, and you're going to see it snowball once they pick up objectives off of it. You do see Crumbzz once again clearing those wards, doing a good job of sweeping with the oracles. And Anivia clears the wave mid, Morgana as well, using the Tormented Soul to clear out those creeps. And we're back to the poking game, really.
Yeah, really, they're just trying to catch someone again. They're both teams that don't want to engage heavily in a fight. Oh no, Jackie could get caught out of position here. It's almost the exact repeat of what had happened just moments ago, but she was able to get around. She does hit a bind there on Nunu, but the team isn't quite there to capitalize. Aurelia's going to try to push these creeps off of the tower. They don't want to lose this mid tower yet, but in the end, not worth dying for, so they do back off. Let Cypher take that tower, and really, Cypher doing a great job of just grouping and taking objectives.
And it's because of Cop, he keeps having to go back down the bottom lane to clear that creep wave. And he's just trying to catch up and farm to this Kog'Maw.
Oh no! There's the initiate from Alistar. Actually misses his pulverize. And Aurelia goes in there. Oh, and there's the flash ulti on Nyjacky, hitting all 5, but stunning 4 of them. They do pick up Janna right away. Kog'Maw desperately low, as is Anivia. She is egged, and she is going to surely fall here. Nyjacky barely manages to survive that with the help of Black Shield. And Riven still has her Guardian Angel, but she's going to have to back off this tower. Great job there by Curse, really picking someone off and just capitalizing on that, and then able to get in there. And that clutch ultimate from Nyjacky, getting in there, ulting all 5 of them, and then stunning 4 in that second prop of her ultimate, really turned that fight into Curse's favor.
Riven, though, is here with Guardian Angel, and her ult will be up in a couple seconds. She could be able to poke someone off here, and Nyjacky's not careful. He could go down to Riven ult. She does activate it and tries to steal the Baron, but
not quite.
Unfortunately, not quite able to.
Really close, though.
Get the smite off, so good job, Crumbzz. And really in that fight there, where they were able to kill 4 people, Nyjacky's ult was key, and you see now he rushed the Rabadon's death cap before Azonia's hourglass, and his ult was really able to deal that much damage to be able to secure kills for his team, whereas before he would kind of ult in the past couple of games, and as Morgana, the ult initially catches people, but then it just kind of, fades away and really didn't have as much effect on the fight as he wanted it to.
And see, in this build, he has gone for that full offensive build. He did get Rabadon's first, just going to do that early damage. He has picked up his Zhonya's now, however, so that means you're never going to see a time when he doesn't get that ultimate off, unless he's just a little bit careless and doesn't hit that Zhonya's. But he should be able to get in there, get his ultimate off every time, and just deal massive amounts of damage to the enemy team. You see they are going to try to poke this tower down. Cop narrowly avoids a stun there. And they are just going to wait for the creep wave. They do have Baron, and they're going to try to push their advantage with the Baron buff, waiting for these creeps to come, try to take out this tower where they can. And they are going to be able to take this tower down, and SYPHER is going to be forced to back off of it. I would like to point out just where SYPHER had been in the lead by 1k in gold, now Curse does have the lead in gold just after that one fight. So, oh, there's the ShLaYas coming in. They want to initiate. They do grab the Nunu, but the team isn't quite there. They all hit that Kog'Maw slow, and they're not able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, the gold pretty even right now. The about 2.5k difference in gold. It's not going to make that much difference in a full-on 5v5 unless someone has like a full item, and that's where the gold differentiation is. But really, everyone's staying kind of even with their counterparts on the other team, and Curse is doing a great job of making use of this Baron buff, and really still about a third of it left, and they continue to push on and might be able to open up this inhibitor mid.
Yeah, they're trying to put some pressure. One thing to note here, it's very hard to push a lane against an Anivia. She can throw down that ultimate, throw out her Q, and it just, I mean, all the creeps just die. There's nothing you can do about it. So they've been having kind of a little rough time here pushing these turrets just because she kills the creeps so fast just by throwing that ultimate down. Oh, they keep landing binds and just harassing there from the poke on Morgana. And you see Aurelia kind of ulting that just so Cop can get some harass there on the turret. They are going to initiate in. The stun comes out on Crumbzz, but he's able to walk away. But really, this is all just about protecting Cop and allowing him to take out that turret, which he does. And same thing here. He's going to try to keep poking down this inhibitor. SYPHER does not want to engage with Curse while they have the Baron buff on. But, oh, there's the catch on the Kog'Maw. Nyjacky again with another fantastic ult as he gets in there, catching 3 of them, stunning 2, and they do pick up that kill on Janna.
Yeah, and that was just a great bind from Nyjacky and a good follow-up as well. If SYPHER wants to win this game now that Curse has Baron and they've kind of taken control and pushed the advantage, taken an inhibitor, they're going to have to position better in 5v5s and be more careful that Kog'Maw just being caught out of position in range of Morgana bind. And as they continue to poke on these turrets, you've got to watch for how the team fights to open up and make sure Morgana can't get her ult off on multiple champions.
And that cooldown on her ultimate is so fast. I mean, it's already almost up again. I mean, she's got maybe another 10-15 seconds, and then it's up again, and then they can engage in a team fight again. And that's what you've got to be careful with. You've got to be careful. Really, Jackie doing a great job this game with positioning and damage, getting off just massive amounts of damage on the entire team, and that allows, Cop to capitalize on that, hop in, add his damage to the pool, while not necessarily being the focus, because Nyjacky is there right in their face, and if they turn all attention to her, she throws on the Zhonya's, and they're just stuck. So, really good play there.
Well, they really have to make use of their disengage with Anivia's slow AoE ult, her stun, her wall, and as well as Janna's ult. The problem that comes with that is Nyjacky's Black Shield. So really, they just have to hope that Kog'Maw's position is back far enough that he won't be caught in that ult. I think if they do manage to do that, he will be just fine as long as the carry survives in the team fight. And you see, Curse has now applied their advantage and slowly grown it, not taking any risks, able to clear fully their entire jungle. You see just one Wraith camp actually just now spawned, but taking as much farm as they can, and now they're going to carefully all move towards top lane and pressure that one lane. And that's exactly what you want to see. You want to take your lead and safely press the advantage against the other team. So good job on Curse for that.
Well, we should have Baron buff up here in just another minute or two, and so you can kind of see them posturing for it. They do have wards set up to protect that whole area so that when it does spawn, they can fall right back on it. They do pick up this outer turret and just kind of group with their push here. Again, Nyjacky standing out there in front. He does take a lot of harass there from the Anivia. Has got to be a little bit careful that Kog'Maw and Anivia don't add too much. He does have to use his black shield there, so you're not going to see any initiate until that shield is off cooldown. And I think at this point they're just going to try to kind of poke them at the turret until that Baron buff comes back up.
Yeah, and the buff did go away about 2 minutes ago, so maybe about 30 seconds, 45 before Baron does respawn. And they're hoping to catch someone out of position here with some sort of stun.
You see them backing up. I'm guessing they've got that Baron timer, and they're just going to back. Yep, there it is. So
there it is.
Backing right off towards it. And surely SYPHER has to know this is happening. And yeah, you do see them grouping up. They're going to try to come in here. But look at that ward trail from Curse. They're going to be able to watch them the entire advance here from either direction.
Not gonna be able to get there in time.
No, they're going to pick that up and then turn on them right here. And Nyjacky does throw on his shield in case they're waiting in that bush. But they are not, of course. They've backed out. So he's going to instead pick up this blue buff and then be able to go right back in on this. So SYPHER is in a lot of trouble now. Curse with that Baron buff is going to come back here, reset to try to push at this bottom turret, allowing that middle lane to push with the super creeps that they got by taking the inhib. And actually, Curse is going to go ahead and back. It looks like they've probably got a lot of gold that they're going to want to buy stuff with.
Yeah,
and they
Tristana recalled with almost 4k gold. That's going to give her her Quicksilver Sash. She's got IE, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, so she's going to be pumping out a lot of damage. Kog'Maw might not quite the same items. He's got Wriggle's Lantern as opposed to the Bloodthirster. Looks like he's working on a Last Whisper.
He's going for that Last Whisper. Yeah, so Tristana just really far ahead of the Kog'Maw here at this point. She's going to be a huge threat to them. Actually, Kog'Maw does get caught out here, and great job by Nautilus getting that CC on him. They're going to turn on Riven with the chain hop from Tristana. There's the ult from Morgana, trying to stop this Riven from leaving. They do catch her, break her Guardian Angel, and will they be able to take her down? There's the Flash Nunu ult coming down here, but it's not going to be enough, and Curse really just pushing their advantage here. Great job taking out 3, not losing anyone in that fight. Nice catch on that Kog'Maw, and then able to finish it off. And this is definitely going to be GG for Curse, and that means, is that 0-4 for SYPHER now? Or not 0-4, but, no, I guess that they were both 1.
SYPHER is 1-3.
1-3, so that's going to be 1-4 now.
2, so that brings Curse up to 2-2.
Oh,
and depending
1-2,
on the results from the TSM game, we will be able to see
tough game,
what
though.
the standings are.
We talked about the teams pulling out all the stops because this was one of those games that was really, and sorry about that with me getting the numbers wrong. All I have to do is read my own title to get it right. But I apologize but that is a 2-2 now for Curse, and then now 1-3 for SYPHER.
So TSM also 2-2, same record as Curse. They did beat EHOME. They have to play against SK, whereas Curse will be playing against EHOME next round. EHOME, okay, here's the difference. TSM will be playing against a 4-0 team, and Curse will be playing against an 0-4 team.
Oh.
So you can take your assumptions and kind of do the math there, and theorycraft who's going to have a better record after that round. But
TSM gonna be fighting. Yeah.
TSM, the American teams M5 and SK already qualified. Actually, I think the next game right now will be SK versus M5, so we'll see who takes that better seed. And then afterwards, 3 rounds will be played in game 7, and we'll be seeing TSM SK, M5 versus SYPHER, and Curse versus EHOME. And I think, Faro, do you want to come back on? And are you listening to us? I think you're still on the Skype call. But anyway, 2-2. I don't think anyone's guaranteed for the 3rd place spot yet. So, I mean, if TSM beats SK and Curse loses to EHOME, and Curse ends up 2-3, TSM 3-2, not out of the realm of possibility, then TSM will be that 3rd winner out of the group stage, along with SK and M5.
Hey everybody, I'd like to welcome you to our National ESL stream. This is our last game of the night, and we are bringing you, of course, Curse versus EHOME, and looks to be a pretty exciting match. But in the meantime, as we wait to get our matches, we have a couple raffles here for you. I have HD TV codes, which means that you can watch that main ESL stream. You can click that premium stream buttons, and you can watch it in crystal clear HD, and I've been doing it all week so far. Beautiful quality, great job there. So these codes will allow you to watch that stream in HD on those premium streams. Now, in order to get those codes, there's a couple things that I need from you viewers. I need you guys to click the follow button. You may have to create a Twitch TV account, but they're really easy to make, and then you need to click the follow button. And right now we have about 1,600 followers. If we can get up to 1,700 followers, I will give you an HD code. If we can get up to 1,800, I'll give you another HD code, all the way up to 2,000. And if we can get to 2,000 followers, I have a $25 RP card that I am willing to give out to our listeners. So, just kind of keep that in mind throughout the game. After the game, I'll go ahead and check our followers and see how many prizes we give away, if anyone. But no, everyone, there's going to be a total of 5 HD codes that I'm going to be giving out, and then if we hit that 2,000 mark, I'll also be giving out a $25 RP code, or RP card. So if you all want to participate in that, click that follow button, and we can go from there. I'll go ahead and put a forum post up here for you guys to post in where we'll draw the winners from. Those of you, I saw that what happened to CLG in the chat, they actually played yesterday. So they didn't go anywhere, they just played yesterday. So this is the group B.
CLG NA played yesterday, and CLG EU is not in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, there's the forum thread that I went ahead and posted in the chat there. Go post on that, and we will do the drawings from that thread. Like I said, as we get our followers up, we'll be able to give out 5 of those HD codes, and then if we can get to that 2K mark, I'll be able to give out a $25 RP card. So I'd really like to hook you guys up with that. And in the meantime, though, go ahead and let's get the, oh, this is for followers. If you get the 2,000 followers, we're at 1,600 and we have 2,000 viewers. So we should be able to get 400 followers. And if we can get that, then I have a $25 RP card to give out.
1675, so we need like 25 more followers.
Oh yeah, 25 more followers will give an HD code. So. But yeah, so go ahead and make those Twitch TV accounts, great accounts to have, and follow our streams. Keep in mind that we at National ESL are running lots of tournaments. That's kind of what we do. So most of the time when we're streaming, we're bringing tournaments to you. And we have lots of really cool tournaments here coming up. Every Sunday we have our Go for LOL tournaments, both for EU West and for North America. And those go all day Sundays. And then coming up soon, we're going to be having our open tournaments, which is available to anyone who wants to play League of Legends. We're also going to have our Premier League tournaments, and for those of you who aren't familiar with our Premier League, most of the teams in it last year were teams like CLG, Solo Mid. You may recognize them. I think even Curse played in it as well. And then our most exciting news is that we're going to have our Elite Pro Series starting up here on Thursdays and Fridays, and those are the 8 biggest teams for North America who've been invited as well. For those, and that is Solo Mid, CLG, Dignitas. I think we have V8. Was V8 one of the ones we decided on? We have the 8 top teams basically have been invited to that tournament for a $15,000 tournament. We'll be bringing you those games as well. So not a bad channel to follow here, as we'll be bringing you all of those tournaments. And like I said, if you can get us up to that 2,000 followers mark, I do have a $25 RP card to give you. But yeah, we're just here waiting for Curse and EHOME to start. I'm joined by Rambo. Welcome,
hey,
Rambo.
What's up? Welcome to the awesome, super fantastic, best stream of IEM Hanover World Championships. Yeah, actually scientifically proven this one is the best stream out of all of them. So congratulations, all you smart viewers out there choosing to view this one. I congratulate you. Wise choice, wise choice.
I am pretty excited to get things started here. We should be able to get into game here really, really quickly. In fact, these 3 members of Curse have been here the entire time. For those of you who haven't been following Curse, you may not recognize, well, this Fote guy up here is actually a replacement for Curse SYDTKO. And he unfortunately missed his flight and wasn't able to make it to this first day of play. So he's dependent on this completely random replacement that they found. He's a German player who apparently was playing in a smaller tournament that's also going on. And Curse just kind of picked him up and asked if he'd play with them, and he said yes, ditched his other team at that other tournament, and decided to come play at IEM. I know it was probably a hard choice.
I mean, well, who doesn't want to play at IEM Hanover World Championships?
Right.
I mean, aside from Curse SYDTKO, you know, roll over in his bed, alarm's going off. Oh, I got a tournament. I think I'm going to hit the snooze button. I mean,
oh, poor SYDTKO.
Priorities. I understand. Like, sleep is good.
Sleep is
I like
good.
my sleep.
Yeah, and I'm sure that's exactly what was going through his head there, yeah. But we do have, anyway, he is the replacement, doing a good job. Elementz has joined the room! One of my favorite support players.
Who out there, any Elementz fans? Come on, chat. Who likes Elementz? You know, he was on CLG, then he was benched, because someone had to be the scapegoat for why CLG wasn't doing so hot. So, of course, they bench Elementz, the support player, and then they pick up Doublelift. But Elementz, great support player, he's moved on to Curse. Great organization. They recently did a tournament, the Curse Invitational for North American teams, and, you know, they've had a pretty strong showing. Like, out of the gate, they beat TSM very convincingly. So... good for them, especially with a sub, Fote here, just stepping it up.
Fote, I'm really impressed, honestly. To be able to come from, you know, kind of a smaller, lesser-known team, and then step up to play in IEM World against the best players in the world, and he's completely held his own. And I just really got to give credit to the guy.
Absolutely.
So it does look like we're about to get into game here soon. Oh, I did notice there were a bunch of you who hit that follow button. Our number has gone up a bit. It's almost to the point where I can give out an HD pass. Again, this will allow you to watch the IEM stream in HD quality, and it is glorious. The R stream is actually going to be high quality all the time, but the main ESL stream, they require you to buy that premium status. Well, we're offering you the premium status, and all you have to do is follow our channel. If you can get us to follow our channel and then win the raffle, but get us up to the 1,700 followers mark, and we'll be able to raffle off those. And if you're lucky, I may be able to throw in an extra HD code. So 2 HD passes if we can get to that 1,700 mark.
And you know what? If that's not enough to tempt you, if we get to 1,700 followers on the Twitch channel, I will tell a knock-knock joke on stream. So there you go. Those of you who may be itching for a laugh, there's your motivation.
And I am, actually. I've heard Rambo's knock-knock jokes, and they're worth it. Just 100% worth it.
Yeah, I knock them dead every time. Get it?
Oh gosh.
Oh yeah.
So if you're looking forward to more of that coming up here, go ahead and click that follow button. Don't hit the unfollow button. I'm begging you right now, please. But yeah, go ahead and click that follow button. And as we wait here, it looks like we are missing one person from EHOME. Hopefully, it looks like we're missing Alex from EHOME.
Alex from EHOME. Is that their last player?
It might not be Alex. Maybe Alex is from SYPHER.
Those of you who are unfamiliar with Curse's players, Curse Crumbzz was on a team called Leaguecraft in North America, just one of the smaller competitive teams. And then he got picked up by Curse when Curse's previous jungler, Lapaka, left the team. Mm-hmm. And he is now the jungler for Curse. Great guy, done well. Has been with them since the IPL 3 tournament at least. I remember seeing him there. He was not playing jungler. I think he played AP mid during that tournament. But anyway, they've also picked up Cop here, who subbed for Team Dignitas in the IEM Kiev qualifiers, I believe. and did fantastic, qualified him for the tournament, and then Curse said, hey, that guy looks good, he's not even on the team, picked him right up, he's their AD carry. So you've got 3 semi-new pickups for Team Curse, Cop, Elementz, and Crumbzz around the same time frame a couple months ago. And then Nyjacky has always been a staple member of the team. Great guy. Saw him at IPL, actually. He was pretty cool, as well as Pobelter. IPL, actually, not Pobelter. Pobelter was at IEM New York, which is interesting because he's not here, but he was able to compete in IEM New York, but not able to really travel because he's so young, just turned 15 years old at IEM New York, actually. Is really quite adorable.
Sometimes I have to remind myself that a lot of these players are very, very young. I mean, like Boy's another one who's also was really young, and then Pobelter, of course. And I always want to say that Tree Eskimo is young, but he's really not.
He's not.
Looks like he's really young.
And Boy looks like he's not young because he's got that facial hair.
Oh, that facial hair. He's sporting at that Curse Invitational. Oh, it looks like we do finally have all of our players in, so now you don't have to hear Rambo and I stall.
Someone said Pobelter definitely wasn't at IEM New York because he isn't allowed to compete at IEM events yet. I was there, so I'm pretty sure he was at IEM New York, and so I don't know. I don't know what the deal was, but he was there, and he was a boss, so shout out to Pobelter if you're out there. I'm sure you're watching the stream or something, or you'll watch a VOD of it later, but for those of you just joining us, this is the best stream out there, so make sure to follow on Twitch, and we should be starting up this game soon. EHOME, the only Chinese team to be able to make it. Unfortunately, very, very tragic results for them so far in the group stage, going immediately 0-4. So, we might see something off the wall from them here. They've got nothing to lose, nothing to gain. It's just, it's all pride. It's all, I mean, what do you got to say? It's for China. This game, this is for China.
It's for China. You heard it here first.
This is for Invictus Gaming, and we Gigabyte unfortunately could not join us.
By the way, as an update on our little raffle there, we only need 2 more people to follow before we'll give away those 2 HD codes. And yeah, for those of you, again, I've gone over this already, but this will allow you to watch that main ESL stream in HD. You can click that premium stream button and you don't have to pay a dime for it because we already did that for you, and we're going to be giving you that code for free if we can hit the 1,700 follower mark on this Twitch channel. So go ahead and hit that follow button, and we'll be able to give out those HD codes. And meanwhile, into our bands and picks.
And forget about the HD codes. I'm going to tell a knock-knock joke once we hit that many followers. So keep your eye out for that one.
Rambo
Anyway,
hooking us up.
a lot of global kind of ultimate type of champions being banned. Twisted Fate and Shen. EHOME does love to play that Twisted Fate. And a Rumble ban from Curse as well. Morgana ban on Nyjacky, which he's been playing him. I think he played him 3 out of 4 games today. He only played a Rise game once. And Shen, Curse hasn't won with Shen yet. So they did want to ban that out from Foth, though. Cassiopeia ban, they have been banning that out as well from Curse. He's just one of those ridiculously strong AP champions. Let's see what EHOME's got next for their 3rd ban. I'm guessing Dr. Mundo, because that's been banned consistently from Crumbzz. Or Shyvana even. Could be a double ban on Crumbzz and
Rise is a surprise. Well, I guess they banned out the 2 AP champions that Nyjacky has played in this tournament so far.
So Curse once again going for Kog'Maw. Really no surprise there. I would wonder what would happen if they banned Kog'Maw against Curse and what kind of strategy they would have. But they do pick up the Shyvana first pick, And it was interesting to see what SYPHER did last game. They picked up Janna and Nunu and jungled the Nunu, supported the Janna. Kog'Maw support was Alistar. And this time it will be Nunu. Mundo for Crumbzz. And tell us what you think about Janna.
You know, I've been playing a lot of Janna lately, and you've seen her a lot in these tournaments, actually, as either a first pick or one of the first couple of picks. And really, I think that she's kind of in a tier by herself as far as the supports go right now. She just has so much strength with her utility. She's got, you know, her great shield she can throw on that carry. She's got amazing displace with her slow, with her tornado, and her ultimate. And she just has that ability to reset, you know, kind of hit the reset button on fights. And honestly, I think that, like I said, she's kind of the head of the supports right now. And I love me some Sona, but Janna's got it right now. And Janna, along with Ezreal, as you just saw them pick up, is a wicked combo. So I'm excited to see that going on bottom.
And Ezreal's actually been historically a lot more popular in Asia than it has been in Europe or North America, but people have been picking him up. There is a Tryndamere jungle there as well, so actually doesn't necessarily have to be jungle. Could be Shyvana jungle and Tryndamere top. But as for the Ezreal pick, you're going to see very harass-heavy bottom lane from that EHOME team. And we'll see what happens in terms of picks for Curse. It looks like they've got a Malphite top against whoever happens to go top, Tryndamere or Shyvana. And if I were EHOME, I would send Shyvana top against Malphite, because really the majority of her damage in that laning phase
Is
and
magic.
really the entire game is magic. So stacking armor won't be as bad for Shyvana as it would be for Tryndamere in that lane.
That being said, Malphite a great pickup there against their team, as it's a very AD heavy team right now. And Malphite's a great tank for that sort of build.
And actually, we might be wrong about Kog'Maw being the AD. It could be Graves Nunu, and they could just send Nyjacky mid
With that AP Kog'Maw. Not a gimmick for those of you who think that that's just crazy. AP Kog'Maw is a legit Kog'Maw build.
And okay, if they lock in this Singed, then just my universe has been shattered. Because I don't know who's going where. I have no idea.
Well, we could see an AP Janna mid, which is, or we actually could see AP Ezreal as well. It's been a long time since I've seen an AP Ezreal. Basically, once they changed his ultimate around so that it scales off of AD, I haven't really seen an AP Ezreal because he scales well off of AD now. But you could see an AP Ezreal, you could see an AP Janna. I'm guessing you'd probably see an AP Janna with like maybe a support Singed. But yeah, World has been rocked here. EHOME bringing on a new meta game, it looks like, and I'm excited to see what they have to pull out.
I mean, this just goes back to what I was saying. They've got nothing to lose, nothing to gain. This is all for China. They pick what they want. They're here to have fun. They're here to prove what China can do. And really, you know, if I want to play Singed and that's the champion I want to play, then I'm going to pick Singed if I was in their shoes. So kudos to them for really throwing all caution to the wind and choosing whatever champions they want. So far, though, Malphite might be a bit of a problem if Tryndamere does decide to go top. So I expect a Singed top and possibly Tryndamere mid against that AP Cog. But I'm not even going to pretend to guess what lanes everyone's going into. So we'll just find out once the spectators get into game here.
What is EHOME's score? Are they 0-4?
They're 0, and you know it doesn't. Don't worry about how many games they lost. Really, let's see how many games they're gonna win and what they're gonna pull off right here, right now, in the final game
For
of
China.
Group Stage B. For China. That's right. You heard me. China. Who loves China? Do you have something made from China? You probably do.
Probably,
You probably do, even if you don't know it. China's a big factor.
Real quick though, for those of you who are just joining us, we are giving a giveaway for HD codes. I actually was misinformed. We need a couple more followers. We're really close though. Only 2 or 3 more followers is going to put us over the limit there. And as soon as we get that many followers, we will be giving out HD codes at the end of this game. We're going to give out 2 HD codes, and for those of you who don't know what it is, that will allow you to watch their streams in premium quality. We'll be giving those out to you if we hit that 1,700 follower mark. So click the follow button, and we'll be able to give you out those codes. And now we are into game. So this is Curse versus EHOME.
Oh yeah, and thank you viewers for joining us. Those of you who have joined us, it might interest you to know that the viewers who choose our stream do have a higher average intelligence and are 10% more charming than the other viewers of the stream. So congratulations to you folks. Here we go with looks like a jungle invade from EHOME. Jana bringing up the rear with CV though. Going to be coming up in about 25 seconds. Let's see. Some pings go out. They want Jana to face check the Wraith, the martyr for their team here. What if they're all standing in that brush? What are you going to do, Jana? And she's just going to stand out
Tempt
there.
them a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, drop the ward there. And here comes CV up any second now. 5, 4, 3. They're all standing in this brush. And if they CV this Wraith brush here a little bit too much to the left, then they're not going to be able to catch him in that brush. And I think they just want to actually wait to see. Oh no!
Curse got a little bit impatient there. Left their brush. They actually were coming because the Wraiths were about to spawn, but had they stayed there, they definitely would have caught EHOME out of position. But Crumbzz is just going to go ahead and pick up his Wraith here, no problem. It's pretty easy for Mundo to do that. And Shyvana did the same, picking up hers. She's now going to get a pull from Tryndamere before he heads top. There we go. Or actually, nope, Tryndamere looks like he's going mid, actually.
Oh, I called that. Oh, I called that with my completely random guesses. And I'd like to make note of Curse Crumbzz here. If you just move the camera over to him, he is using the corporate Mundo skin. He's on a very important phone call right now, and
hopefully it's not going to distract him too much from his game.
Hopefully not, but he's a busy man and he's got work to do, so he's got his priorities straightened out. Here he is going to pick up the blue. It looks like mid lane. Tryndamere starting off with that spinning splash. Spin to win against Nyjacky's AP Kog'Maw. Already level 2 actually. Now Tryndamere is hitting level 2. Gonna spin into Kog'Maw, but really just gonna back off immediately. And now Curse Crumbzz making his way up towards top. Can he get a gank off, or will he go for more counter jungling? Looks like he wants to go for the gank. And
Singed has not warded yet. He does not know he's there. Doesn't have vision. So this could be a very successful game coming in here. Mundo is off the phone. Oh, no. Back on.
He's still got a
he's got the briefcase, though. He manages to catch Singed in that slow. There's another one. But unfortunately, Singed does have flash skill, so he's able to get away. But Malphite doesn't like letting him get away off the hook that easy. Goes ahead and throws some Q as a harass. And Mundo is still kind of hanging around there to see if Singed is going to overextend back out into the lane.
Yeah, Curse Crumbzz going to come back in. He says, Singed, file those reports.
Oh, sorry, mid real quick.
Okay.
And top again.
No.
And they do pick up the kill on Singed. Sorry about that. There was an interaction between Shyvana and Kog'Maw right there by the Wraiths, and Kog'Maw had to flash to save himself. So I did manage to catch that action and get back top for the kill, but that was first blood. First blood for Curse on that Singed.
So, Curse Crumbzz, very busy man. Had to get that kill off real quick. Can't waste time up there. And it looks like bottom, we've got Cop and Elementz just holding it down here. We've got, Ward in the opposite brushes for each side. We got Jana and Ezreal. Ezreal trying to poke Curse Cop. Graves buckshotting right back onto EHOME Gigabyte TS. There's a snowball from Ellie Bro and Gigabyte Air, actually. That's a fitting name for a Janna player.
It is a very fitting name for a Janna player.
How about that? And then Gigabyte IMBA for the Shyvana.
Oh, very, very good names.
They're just matching up their names with their champions. So, a little bit of a lull in action. Everyone's kind of just farming. What can we talk about?
Oh, there's the ping on to Singed again. They want to come back in here for a gank. Mundo going up top, gonna be throwing a briefcase, but it missed. He does lose some of the data there into Summoner's Rift, but doesn't need it for his important meeting he's off to. He does manage to briefcase Shyvana there, and Singed coming. He actually could be in some trouble here. He is not 6 yet. You're not going to see his ultimate out of here, and surely he's going to fall here. Can he make it away? There's the briefcase trying to slow them, and it looks like he's going to escape this. Oh, and he does. Great play there by Curse Crumbzz, managing to make it out of there alive. And
of course,
awesome
Corporate
play.
Mundo, very busy, does not have time to die, actually. He cannot afford to wait to respawn, and Shyvana gonna head back towards her Wraith, continue jungling. And what do you think about this Tryndamere here against the AP Cog mid?
You know, he's been doing pretty well. It's a little bit hard for a Tryndamere, especially with Kog'Maw, who's got such range, because early levels especially, Kog'Maw's just going to kind of kite him. So every time Tryndamere tries to go aggressive, but here it is, now he's 6, he can afford to kind of dive. Kog'Maw, though, doing a good job kiting him backwards, turning on that Bioarcane Barrage and just getting some extra damage.
Mm-hmm. So top lane, we've got EHOME Gigabyte PDD against Fote, the amazing ringer for Curse here. And it looks like Malphite is kind of just in charge of this lane here because of Dr. Mundo's gank. And Mad Chemist Sin's gonna hug his tower, try to get what last hits he can.
Oh!
There's an ult from Malphite and the Ignite. Will it be enough? Can he go in there? He flashes in for an auto, but oh, not close enough. Singe, though, is forced to recall off of that, and Shyvana's going to have to cover that lane, which opens up opportunity for Curse Crumbzz to be able to counter jungle the Shyvana. If he wanted, he could have. He might be going for that red.
It would be a smart play. He does check. He does pull it. He's planning on stealing this red right here while they know that Shyvana's top. But Shyvana smells that something's fishy, is going to come down and come to this red. Now Mundo does finish it. He sees Shyvana go by. He is only level 5 at this point. He does not want to be caught by this level 6 Shyvana, but manages to just skate by that. She didn't even check her red, unfortunately.
Oh, no, they're going to run into each other. Oh,
she
man.
sees she has his red and she's mad. She's got her... Oh, wow. Lets him escape, which, knowing that Kog'Maw was missing from mid, didn't want to get into any trouble there, but she does let him go away with her red, and Kog'Maw here is going to pick up blue, which is going to help him be able to spam that ultimate and just in general get out all of his damage on this Tryndamere. Tryndamere, though...
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Well,
Max.
he went into this dragon, and it looks like maybe he's going for a gank and was just going to try to avoid walking through their ward by spinning over the wall. But didn't actually go as planned, and he's just going to go ahead and back out. So bottom, we've got Graves sitting at 66 farm versus Ezreal's 74 farm. So both staying relatively close to each other, but Ezreal does have
actually going on to Shyvana, but that's quite a bit of damage on her, and Crumbzz giving his red to that Graves. I wonder what they're going to do with those buffs. Who knows? Who knows?
See Ezreal going for the Doran stack blade, and it looks like he's actually going to pick up a Wriggles. So he has picked up that longsword and that cloth armor, and is probably going to be building into the attack speed kind of Wriggles build. And I know a lot of Ezreal players, and actually a lot of just AD carries in general are favoring at the moment. Top still just kind of farming at this point. Singe doing what he can to go ahead and push that lane. Foat doing a great job just holding it off at the tower. He is sitting at 59 CS over Singe's 55 CS, so that just shows you his strength there, being able to out-farm a Singe. Of course, as Singe gets a little bit more levels in his poison, it's going to be easier for him to just kind of go and auto-farm that lane. But you're seeing some great play here, knowing that Singe probably has back. Foat's just going to go ahead and push this lane as hard as he can to try to make Singe lose out on a little bit of experience. Singe might lose a creep or two here, but meanwhile, Foat's going to go ahead and back. And actually, a little bit of pressure here mid from this Kog'Maw and Mundo, but Tryndamere is able to stay safe.
You know what I love about Malphite?
What do you love
if
about
you've ever played
Malphite?
him. He's a giant rock. And, you know, as a giant rock, he really doesn't play around, you know? He gets right straight to business. No lollygagging, no tomfoolery. And he kind of just ults in there and he says, hey, I'm going to ult in from really far away and knock you up in the air. So do what you want, but you're going to be locked down with some CC. And that's my favorite thing about Malphite, really, as a champion.
You know, he is pretty good. Actually, I don't know if you guys, it's a history lesson here. Oh, there is some action bottom, actually. Mundo coming in for a gank, but it looks like EHOME was completely prepared for this. They backed off. Ezreal, nice job dodging that briefcase, and is actually just going to kind of pull back and keep farming. But, and it looked like there was a little skirmish between this Tryndamere and Nyjacky. Nyjacky having a bit of a hard time holding off this Tryndamere, and he's forced to back. But I was going to say, as a little history lesson for you, did you know that Team Rock Solid was is now known as Team Dignitas, but they of course got their name from Malphite.
There might be a dragon here, and Graves is just going to use his collateral damage. Janna's going to use her ult to push Crumbzz away. They've got chickens over the top of their heads. Tryndamere's going to spin inside. There's the Ezreal ult. But here comes the Empire play. Oh my gosh, so much damage on Tryndamere and Shyvana. And Nyjacky just, there's the Malphite with the ult onto Ezreal. Can hit that Cathian Surprise get him? He actually already died to Ignite there. Crumbzz is just going to file some reports on this Singe. He does need those TPS reports by Tuesday. And Tryndamere makes it out alive. Shyvana, though, does fall. Ezreal as well. So 2 for 1 there. But EHOME did pick up Dragon.
Mm-hmm.
And what were you saying about that one team?
Oh, Rock Solid. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Dignitas used to be, they used to be known as Rock Solid, and they got their name, of course, from Malphite, who, when you play him, goes Rock Solid, and that's one of his sayings.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm really good at Malphite voice, basically. I helped do his recordings and everything, so... That's
Actually, I'm a big
all,
fan of Kog'Maw's voice, because he just sounds like he's throwing up the
I think
time.
that you should do a mimic of it. That's what I think should happen.
Well, what does he even say? He kind of just like, blah.
Oh, yeah, that was good. That was really good.
Heard him.
Could be in some trouble here. He's chickened. Nope, he's going to run back in. Not a chicken anymore.
Some lip artillery here. And he actually lands on the golem.
Going to pick up that blue buff. Nice donate there from Curse Crumbzz. As far as our farm goes in our lanes, Malphite sitting at 92 CS, Singe at 94, so very, very close farm top. Can't really give it to either champion at this point, although Malphite is 2-0, and that is saying something. Singe, though, only at 1-1. Uh-oh. Curse Cop could be in some trouble here. Forced to quick draw out of that, and now Elementz gonna be in some trouble. That Janna knocking him back, but Ezreal misses his ultimate. Curse Cop coming in here to try to get some help. He lays out that smoke, and it is gonna be enough to let Elementz get away from that.
Elementz barely lives. Check this out though on Curse Cop's status bar. if you mouse over the health potion, it says Eggnog Health Potion. So really interesting that the health potions are actually made of eggnog.
Still made of eggnog. You heard it here first. Curse Cops did down that eggnog health potion. Did help him out there at the tower.
Singe too, a big fan of eggnog, using one right now. And Tryndamere is going to pick up his blue, which...
Interesting choice there. They do push that turret bottom, by the way. Curse Cop's eggnog health potion just was not quite enough to hold that turret. Oh, it looks like we have had a little DC in Skype, but we're back. Are you back?
I'm back. Are you back?
I believe I'm back. I don't know if stream went down or... I'm thinking that we're still good, so...
I think we're good.
Alright, and I can actually read chat now, so... uh-oh, Nyjacky, though, going to be in some trouble here from Tryndamere, but is able to get away from him. Tryndamere wasn't quite ready to engage into that full-on dive.
So, EHOME Gigabyte PDD, I'm not actually sure what PDD stands for. Do you have any word on that?
I have no idea what PDD stands for either.
Dangerous. So anyway, we've got Jana coming in, and she's going to file some documents. Mundo gave her a helping hand with that. Oh, here she comes with the tornado, though. Going to try to hold this creep wave for Gigabyte Max. And actually, Ezreal's build, he went for a Wriggle's Lantern, and it looks like he's going for a Phage. Now, usually, if you go that sort of build, you're a lot harder to kill than, say, Graves would be, because he's just going straight damage.
Last cannon, yeah.
But, you know, a lot of people think that if you're taking damage on the carry, then you're doing it wrong. So, you know, differing opinions here. Obviously, EHOME Gigabyte TS going for the Wriggles Lantern. He does have the Cave Explorer Ezreal skin, so that might be why every good explorer does need a lantern.
That is true. That could be the reason why he decided to go for the Wriggles Lantern build.
And Tryndamere spinning and taking out these caster minions. Gets the chicken on Dr. Mundo, and does miss the briefcase toss. Singe coming in though, ready to file some documents, takes some living artillery to the face, and here they go trying to invade these wraiths. I don't know what they're planning on.
It kind of just seems poking. I do think... is it already time for that second dragon?
It could be up soon. You never...
No, they are kind of seeming like they're trying to posture and control that area of the map, which is usually an indication that they're setting up for a dragon fight, but I don't have the exact timer on when it fell the first time. There it is right there, so yep.
Now, and actually I'm surprised Curse Crumbzz doesn't have oracles yet. Shyvana already has picked that up, and she's doing some sweeping now of herself. There's some wards, finds one there, files a document while she's at it, and here comes Ezreal. There are some pokes in the brush, misses, and looks like Curse might be in a stronger position to vie for this dragon. I know Jacky's...
Oh no, Singe does initiate on Curse Cop, who gets kind of caught out there. Is forced to flash over the wall, but he's going to turn around and get damage over the wall anyway because he has the vision. Now, Float caught really out of position here, and he is surely going to fall there. Not necessarily caught out of position, but was forced to go into the team. And Nyjacky now taken out. And unfortunately for Curse, that is a 2-for-1 trade in the favor of EHOME. So, that was a little bit rough. Malphite had to dive right into the whole team there, and Cop was forced to flash out, so he was kind of doing damage from afar. Mundo coming in here, going to try to get the Smite Steal, but just doesn't quite get it, and that does go to EHOME, giving them their second dragon, and Curse Crumbzz caught now as Singe doubles backs around, gets the fling, and there is the kill.
Alligator. Curse Crumbzz just, I'm sorry.
Mundo gonna have to find time. He actually did not survive that attack there, and is forced to take a break from work.
Yeah, you know, it sucks when you get flinged into the enemy team because usually you just die.
And that's exactly what happened. Yeah,
That's the true story.
He was low enough that as soon as that fling hit him and he got hit by that Ezreal, it was done.
Mm-hmm. There you go, Nyjacky once again picking up that blue. Malphite walking around, completely made of stone, by the way. That Malphite, just rocks put together, and they're living, breathing rocks. Kog'Maw, meanwhile, was standing in that brush. Meanwhile, his tower, though, is taking a bit of damage. Nunu and Mundo gonna protect that turret.
So at this point in the game, we are 20 minutes in. There's only been one tower taken bottom for Curse. So all the other towers have been protected quite well, and we should be starting to posture up for some of the bigger team fights here. We did already get a dragon, so now you're going to have to start having them see, you know, try to get advantages here, press advantages here when they get them. Going to try to catch champions out. They're going to notice how they're all kind of traveling around with that oracles, cleaning the jungle of wards, making sure that they can kind of camp places and maybe get a lucky pick. And Malphite still just holding this turret top, but Singed is just pulling the wave back so that his lane will just push forward, and Mundo actually coming to kind of look for Singed here, playing Ring Around the Rosie there, a little bit around this little island, just completely missing each other. Yeah, complete hide and seek there. And Singed not seeing Mundo, Mundo not seeing Singed, just both kind of doing their own thing. Meanwhile, mid, Kog'Maw trying to farm here, and Janna coming in to kind of snoop around, but Nunu just too tanky to really care about any harass at this point.
I want you to take a look at Kog'Maw right now, Nyjacky mid. Just watch when he walks around, just the way his tail wags back and forth. Doesn't that just like look so adorable?
He looks pretty happy, I gotta say. This
like,
Kog'Maw looks very content with life right now.
I want to pet Kog'Maw. I don't know. If you don't want to pet Kog'Maw after watching that, then I feel sorry for you. Here comes Gigabyte Max, though, stepping on double wards of his own. Nyjacky throwing out that living artillery with the Nunu Blood Boil. And I wonder why Nunu's Blood Boiling him instead of Cop. But anyway, Shyvana waiting in the wings, ready to turn into a dragon. And this turret is pretty low.
They should be able to. They should be able to poke this down really, really quickly with Cop there, and there it is. They do pick that up. Nunu did throw the snowball on Ezreal, but he was able to just kind of jump out of there with that arcane shift.
Oh
of
no,
his.
Elementz got flinged, but I think it's okay. He had more of his teammates there than the enemy team, so he will be just fine.
Oh no. Coming in here, EHOME just poking at this turret, gonna try to take it back. They just lost their mid turret, and they want to try to get this turret mid to counter that, but they're just not able to push against this Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and Ezreal's Mystic Shot's in it right now, doing a lot of damage with that Sheen, gonna be able to proc the extra attack damage based off your base AD with every Mystic Shot that lands. See a lot of poking from Curse, but really not too much engagement. Usually Nyjacky would be the one to engage, just flash Morgana ult in, but I see they do have Malphite this time.
Yeah, I think they're definitely going to have to wait for the Malphite ult for the engage, which is always fun because he's a rock. So he just goes in there and slams them all up into the air. It's pretty beast.
So there's an Ezreal ult. It does completely miss Nyjacky, and it looks like No, that tower's still alive. Don't think there's any way for them to take that tower right now.
Not while Curse is defending it so adamantly. There are the pings there. Uh-oh, Mundo face-checking this bush. Singed is there. Gonna get the fling into that poison pool. And Curse Crumbzz gonna ult and kind of run out of there, but EHOME is not chasing, so that is a Mundo ult down.
Yeah, 45 more seconds for that Mundo ult, and that will give them the opportunity to take the mid tower. Nyjacky again taking the blue, and it looks like Gigabyte might be grouping up for this dragon, which did just spawn. Junior is going to spin right into that one.
They do manage to pick up that dragon. And, Curse
no,
trying to go for the
Curse.
counter Baron. And I don't think they're going to be able to get it before EHOME can come in. They obviously agree with me, so they back right off of that, deciding it's not wise to chase a Singe right into his entire team. They're going to try to sneak back to base, but they've got to be careful as EHOME is now closing in on them. Curse Crumbzz has taken a lot of damage and is pretty low at this point. They're mostly out of mana. They're on Kog'Maw, though he does have the blue buff, but they are out of mana on Graves. And I don't think that Curse wants to engage here, but they need to get back, heal, and then make sure that they're back here to protect this Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good try at Baron while the other team was out of position for it, but you know, just not enough damage at this point in the game to be able to take it quickly enough. Ezreal, though, has completed his Trinity Force, and I assume that Longsword is going to go into a Last Whisper for some good armor pen there against Malphite.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think they're going to give their blue again to Tryndamere? I don't know how much it benefits him to be taking the blue. I really think they should be giving it to Ezreal. Would be the best one, I think, to get the blue. And
I think they agree with you.
That's what he's doing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Going right in here to take this blue on the Ezreal so he can spam those skills out even easier. And Poe looking to might maybe get a catch here, but he doesn't actually get to pick any of them. Now Curse putting pressure on this turret. They do have the whole Baron area warded, so they're just going to kind of put pressure here. They may fall back and try to bait the Baron here in a minute. It is 4-4. Gold is 8k in Gigabyte, or not Gigabyte, but EHOME's favor here.
Oh man.
Oh, there's Tryndamere coming in, trying to get on that Kog'Maw, but it instantly had to flash out in order to prevent dying. He has to ult here, but now he's got to get away. He is ignited. Is it going to be enough? No. Malphite's going to drop to this, and now Janna is down. Mundo falls, followed by Singed, so I can't really... Oh, Curse Cop is coming in there for the kill there, but misses. Just, they barely skate away there. 3 of them under 300 health. And this is a win for Curse, but a great team fight in kiting there. And Kops just wasn't able to quite finish the 3 of them off. But good job there from Curse. That does allow them to pick up that tower. And now they're going to go ahead and back.
What seemed like a good engage for EHOME really got turned around by, I would say, the Nunu ult did a lot of damage. And I guess Nyjacky, once he did a lot of consistent DPS during that fight with his living artillery and what's it called, bioarcane barrage. That's what it was. So great job by them having that damage output in a sticky situation.
Now, I do expect that the next big team fight we see is going to be over Dragon. Both teams have made it clear that they're interested in it. They're trying to ward the area and make sure that they have as much control as they possibly can. But yeah, like I said, I think the next fight is going to be over this dragon. We're going to have to see the team positioning and how everyone can... Oh no, Tryndamere might get caught by that briefcase. Great dodge there by Max. But can Mundo catch up to him? Oh no, can't dodge the other briefcase. Max kiting through the creeps, hoping that they'll slow him down. It does work. Mundo, forced to walk through the creeps, does get slow enough that it allows Tryndamere to go ahead and spin away.
Uh-oh, looks like Curse might want to try to kill Darien again. Yeah, Malphite's going to go right on it with that seismic shard, but Max has other plans, going to throw a chicken on top of Graves. Meanwhile, Sin's bottom just completely split pushing like a boss.
That is something that Singed is good for, though he doesn't have teleport, so he's got to be a little bit careful. I mean, really, at this point, Curse could initiate a fight there around Baron 4v5 and be able to pick it up without the Singed there to help. But Singed is able to pick up that turret by just pushing it, letting the minions do it for him, and now he's going to go up and join his team. So that kind of little window of opportunity, knowing he was bottom, has officially passed. And Curse now has to, again, start playing a little bit more carefully and gets in there. They actually don't have eyes on Baron right now, but should be coming here soon.
Yeah, this is a pretty close game.
Coming here soon.
Yeah, this is a pretty close game so far. Actually, Curse about 4 to 5k gold behind, which I wouldn't have expected from their performance so far today compared to EHOME. But you know, they are doing this for China, and for the glory of China, they want to try to win as hard as they can. But here goes Genja, having to use force, but I think she's gonna die.
Yeah,
anyway.
Not enough. They're gonna possibly, nope, they're just gonna walk right past Baron, and they're gonna try to catch the Singed. Crumbzz forced to ulti, but that Singed damage too strong. They do ult him, using everything to kill him. And definitely worth it there. They do pick up the Singed, and they're going to try to push. Meanwhile, top, though, Tryndamere taking advantage of the fact he's actually taking the turret right now, which can't be good. But he is Tryndamere, so if he gets too low, he can just heal, like you saw there. Or he can ulti if necessary. But he's desperately trying to just push this top lane, and he's actually getting quite far. He did take that turret. Meanwhile, Curse is going to do the best they can to take down this mid turret and inhibitor to punish Tryndamere for not backing. They've got to keep up with him. But Tryndamere is going to be able to pick up this turret, and he's going to go for the inhibitor. Does he have enough time to finish it? Kog'Maw's there. Gonna be running out there. He doesn't even bother to stay and heal. He just wants to stop Tryndamere from taking this inhib, and it's not gonna be enough. Great play there by EHOME, taking that inhib, and meanwhile,
and now getting caught as well, exhausted and not able to escape Ezreal and Shyvana and Genja. And you know, that backdoor and that kill on Crumbzz, all for the glory of China.
For the glory of China, indeed. Genja clearing these wards so they can go ahead and pick up this Baron, doing it very, very quickly. Nunu sniffing around there, going to try to come in and do what he can, but in the end just zoned too well there by EHOME. They now have their Baron buff, and they're going to be pushing these lanes and resetting the game a bit.
So it looks like EHOME has pulled ahead by a bit now. 6k gold ahead for the glory of China, and they're going to keep pushing these other lanes. They've already taken the top inhibitor for the glory of China, and it looks like, I don't know if Curse can really respond to this. There's so much split pushing potential for Singed, Tryndamere, and Shyvana that really they have to try to group up and make something happen, but all of those characters so slippery to try and just get a hold of and kill him. You saw that how they had to use the full 5-man effort and to finally get that Singed. But meanwhile, Tryndamere had taken the top inhibitor. So good show by EHOME. I'm impressed.
Really pulling out all the stops here. I don't think they've won a single game yet tonight, and it Looks like they're going to try to pull out the win here on Curse where it counts, but still could be anyone's game. Curse is behind in gold, but they are up a kill. They're behind about 2 towers, and it's nothing that they can't come back from, basically. It just needs to be a really good team fight where they maybe catch someone out of position, and then they can kind of start turning these things around.
Yeah, and here they go pushing mid. Looks like Gigabyte PV taking on Nyjacky by himself. There's a turret for EHOME. It's looking good for purple team so far. So far, so good.
They really are doing a great job of trying to keep them off of this turret. It's all going to come to this. Can they defend it? This Singed, unfortunately, is just kind of untouchable. He's so strong at the moment, so beefy, and is just able to kind of keep harassing all these lanes, pushing him with his poison, and just kind of all around being a pest.
So we have a question from chat. What is that song that plays on the ESL promo video after Joe Miller talks? Do you know the one I'm talking about?
I do know the one you're talking about, but I do not know the name of it. Sorry.
I don't know the name of it either, but it's like on the tip of my
Kog'Maw
tongue.
was able to pick up that Tryndamere kill bottom.
Able to pick off.
Oh,
yeah.
and Malphite initiating onto this Ezreal who was out of position. He does get exhausted, but Janna, this is why she's so strong, does reset that fight. Unfortunately, not going to be enough as Nyjacky is able to pick him up with that ultimate. And Crumbzz trying to chase down this Shyvana right now, going quite far, going hard in the paint, as we like to call it.
Guess what, though? Singed is on this inhibitor, and Jackie's got to do everything he can to try and stop this, but getting flinged into poison. And meanwhile, one of their Nexus turrets is actually taking heavy damage from super minions. Oh, there's the flash fling. There's the ignite from Singed. Got to back off. Singed might be able to get this inhibitor in time. They do pick up the mid inhibitor for Curse, and some living artillery goes out, but Singed able to dodge it. Has to look out now, though. He's definitely going down.
Great kill there by Curse. Nyjacky was able to kill that Singed and protect his inhibitor.
So it looks like Malphite went for the Abyssal Scepter Frozen Heart build. Abyssal Scepter is going to help out his team a lot, actually. Mundo, primarily magic damage, new magic damage, and you've got Nyjacky going AP Cog. So, Curse Cop farming down bottom lane. If that inhib gets backdoored, then I don't know, that's going to leave them very stuck in their base. Actually, the top one just respawned, so they could be alright for now, but they have to be careful not to be out of position for Baron or leave opportunities to get their top and bottom pushed in.
That's exactly what I was just about to say. I was just about to point out the fact that Baron is going to be respawning soon. So you can expect them to start setting up to go and get ready for that buff. You really need to get somewhere. Well, Curse already has their wards on them. And they do have a while. They're about less than halfway expired, so they're going to be there for a while. They should be pretty well covered. So good job there by Curse, making the effort to get out to Baron in spite of the fact that they're all pushed into their base.
So it looks like they're kind of just waiting around. There really isn't very much reason for them to leave their base open right now. Like, nothing for them to take, no dragon, no Baron, nothing really to push at the moment, so playing a really passive game, waiting to react to whatever EHOME does.
Looks like they're going to try to clear these wards, just using the Oracle to try to lessen Curse's map control. They are kind of pushed into their base. There's the pings on Baron. It looks like they do have that timer there on EHOME, and they are posturing up to at least get ready to go get it.
And you know, when you're at the advantage in map control like this, EHOME's doing exactly what they need to and just taking every objective that they can before trying anything risky. So something risky would be like going for Baron or trading objectives or forcing a fight under a tower, which is exactly what they don't want to do right now. They want to take what they can for free and extend their advantage.
It's definitely a lot of it's going to come down to the next team fight, which will probably be over Baron. You have actually Curse is kind of doing some poking here mid. They have kind of grouped as they are able to leave their base a little bit because they have their inhibitors all back. And there is the Baron spawn. You see Shyvana heading up there, making sure they don't have it warded, which their wards did just expire. So Curse has got to come in here. And EHOME baiting this Baron. Tryndamere sitting behind him in the bush, ready to collapse on their squishies. Yeah, he is. And Malphite goes ahead and pushes him out of there. And there's the initiate from Singed onto the team. Crumbzz is going to pop his ulti. Nyjacky's going to try to get away, but he's been exhausted and is taken out immediately. But Singed does follow. Oh no, Graves now dropping, and there goes Malphite. This is going to definitely be a win here for EHOME in this fight. There is the ace from the Ezreal. Some great Ezreal play. They're going to go ahead and push up here, see how many of these inhibs and towers they can take in the time they have, which they've got, just under 50 seconds. They actually could finish the game right here if they rush it. And you're going to see they've got to take an inhibitor first, so they're pushing them both down just to utilize everything they've got.
They really don't have anyone to tank the main Nexus turrets and no minions there either.
That is true, so they aren't going to be able to finish the game right now.
For Baron.
Yep, so they did just take those inhibs real quick, and then they should be able to back here possibly go for the Baron?
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
Yep, there they go. So good job taking advantage of that. They do have about 5 or 6 seconds before the rest of the team comes up, which will give them plenty of time to burst down this Baron, as you see there. And now they're all going to head back to base, buy, and then set up for that next team fight.
Quite impressive. That is their second or third Baron of the game, I think. Only second.
That was their second Baron.
You have to wonder what goes on in the mind of a player like Soap. You know, just kind of shows up, World Championship tournament, and says, hey, you need someone to play? And then Curse says, yeah, we do actually.
Yeah,
like,
can you play top lane?
Cool, I'll play.
Alright.
And then he just does it.
And for those of you who aren't familiar with the story, SYDTKO did miss his flight and wasn't able to be here for the group stages. So they picked up this Malphite. Fote is his name. He's been playing with them all day. And been doing a pretty good job, honestly. Been holding his own against these top teams. Of course, he was playing in a much smaller tournament going on at IEM at the same time. And he did leave his team to come play in IEM World Championships. And who can blame him, really? Singed there trying to do some harass right underneath that turret.
And Tryndamere's working on this bottom lane, getting those super minions to those Nexus turrets. Meanwhile, Graves has super minions top to deal with, and this is going to lead to the mid turret falling. Now that third inhibitor is wide open.
Kog'Maw doing what he can to try to poke them off of this inhibitor. But, oh no, Kog'Maw getting caught there. Nyjacky. Now Malphite goes in and ults, and this could turn around for them. But nope, Nyjacky does fall, and they're just not able to take out that Tryndamere in time. He does eventually fall, but so does Malphite, and this is another convincing victory on this team fight from EHOME. And Curse Cop forced back into the fountain to try to heal as EHOME Gigabyte here falls on these turrets. And now they're going to go ahead and hit the Nexus. And that will be GG for EHOME. So kind of a surprise there. EHOME actually going 0-4 and then turned it around going 1-4. So you got to give them kudos for that last win there versus Curse. And I'm not actually sure how that makes it. I do believe that Curse has the 1-up on TSM just because they defeated them in that very first game. But I'm not exactly sure how the rules go. Are you know how that goes?
TSM played SK just now and lost, so they're already out. So really, that game that just happened that we were watching didn't make a difference who won or lost, except for representing China. And how about those Asians?
Representing China, you called it for China. Now I'm
Absolutely.
just refreshing stream to see if we managed to hit our 1,700 followers. And for those of you, you can follow us real quick. Go ahead and click that follow button. As I explained before, we at nationalesl will bring you mostly tournaments every time we come live. So if you ever get that emailed to your mailbox, we only need, looks like 1 or 2 more followers before I can start a giveaway here. And I am going to be giving away HD stream passes. That means for tomorrow in the finals on the main ESL stream, and for the next, I think it's like a 3-month pass or a month.